internet governance and net neutrality, and the development of nanotechnology, amongst others. In the field of digital identity, we have been pleased to accompany the efforts of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia in implementing a comprehensive policy framework to ensure that no one is left behind. These efforts will yield that allow better access to all citizens in the era of external shocks. We have also worked to establish a center on artificial intelligence in the Republic of Congo, a regional center of excellence, and we are also setting up a similar center of excellence on cybersecurity in Togo. Meanwhile, we have also worked with the... Thank you very much. It seemed to be better. Okay, hopefully this is... I apologize, my voice is also not the best. I had to do lots of speeches at COP, and my voice has not quite recovered. So we have also established, meanwhile, we have worked with Afrex in the creation of the online African Trade Exchange, or ATEX, to facilitate digital trade, payments, and financing under the aegis of the African Continental Free Trade Area. So distinguished delegates and friends, going forward, third time's the charm. Distinguished delegates, going forward, as noted by the United Nations Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, two seismic shifts will shape the 21st century. First, the climate crisis and digital transformation. A just energy transition for Africa, as well as the adoption of sustainable value chains, will require a digital policy and infrastructure backbone. From agriculture to transport and energy, the appropriate deployment of digital technologies can allow African countries to improve value addition and multiply employment opportunities. We need to use the digital tools at our disposal to deliver on the promise of our common agenda, which proposes a summit of the future in 2023 with the technology track leading to a global digital compact. Ladies and gentlemen and dear friends, as the world gets ready to prepare for the celebration of 20 years of WSIS and WSIS Beyond 2025, Africa needs to be ready to reflect on its performance and move forward on the basis of evidence-based policies and implementation strategies. The continent, being the least connected, will also be at the heart of the proposed Summit for the Future. ECA is pleased to organize this crucial and timely Africa WSIS 2022 review with its key partners, ITU and the African Union, and we invite you all to actively participate and provide suggestions and recommendations that would enhance the draft report and ensure that Africa attains the meaningful connectivity which is at the forefront of the 11 WSIS action lines. And most importantly, this connectivity which is essential to delivering on the SDGs. This will be critical also for the attainment of the African Union Agenda 2063. And we look forward to working in partnership together to achieve this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jean-Paul, for this remark. You highlight very well the digital divide in the continent. And IGF, it is a platform to discuss, to see how we can come up with this divide in order to leave no one offline by 2030. Thank you very much. I would like to acknowledge also the presence. You have an important role to play in the regulatory side. As you know, we have faced on several issues on this regulatory environment in the continent, giving this emergence of the what call it as emerging technology, artificial intelligence, blockchain, Internet of Things, nanotechnology. Now, let me give the floor to our one of our key partner, African Union Commission, Moses, who represent the commissaire of science, technology, and also infrastructure. Moses, you have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Jean-Paul Adams, Director UNECA, Madam Andre Shaw, ITU Regional Director for Africa, UN Envoy on Technology, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the AU Commission, I welcome you all to this event of the Africa World Summit Information Society Regional Review Meeting 2022. We are pleased to host the Global Internet Governance in Africa, and this comes after successfully hosting the World Telecommunication Development Conference this year as well, which shows the commitment and readiness of Africa to embrace our digital future and contribute to debates and development, especially that we have seen during COVID-19 pandemic, digitalization demonstrated its key role to support national resilience in our countries. Ladies and gentlemen, the WSIS brought the global community together and adopted a common set of principles and a vision of modern information society. As we take stock of the implementation of WSIS, let us note the progress and reaffirm our commitment to building on that progress to ensure that digital transformation is accelerated in Africa. Our leaders have recognized digital transformation as a driver for socio-economic development and critical to the attainment of Agenda 2063 aspirations and the UN Sustainable Development Goals by adopting the Digital Transformation Strategy for Africa in 2020 as the master plan that will guide our digital agenda up to 2030. As part of the implementation of the Digital Transformation Strategy for Africa, the AU Commission, in collaboration with regional economic communities and regional institutions, partners, have taken a number of initiatives, including but not limited to the following. The Continental Data Policy Framework has been developed and adopted during the AU Summit in February 2022, and its implementation, we are now embarking on its implementation. The AU Interoperability Framework for Digital ID has also been adopted by the same summit in February 2022. We have also developed the AU Digital Education Strategy, and work is ongoing to finalize development of sectorial digital strategies for agriculture and health. A draft child online safety and empowerment policy has been developed as well, and process is underway to develop a continental cybersecurity strategy, as well as reviewing the AU Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection with a view to update some of the outmoded articles. Implementation of digital infrastructure project is also ongoing through the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, let me commend the outstanding work of all stakeholders in Africa that are working to the attainment of the WSIS outcomes, and wish you a successful meeting, and reiterate that the AU Commission will continue to harness WSIS commitments towards the implementation of the Digital Transformation Strategy for Africa, AU Agenda 2063, and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. I thank you.
Thank you, Moses, for highlight all this digital framework adopted during this year. and also the work done in collaboration with ECA and other partner. Now let me give the floor to the USG Tech Envoy Tech Envoy of the Secretary General. You have the floor, and thank you for your coming.
Merci beaucoup, Makta. Merci pour l'accueil chaleureux. Ladies and gentlemen, it's very impressive to listen to the progress on the WSIS action lines made by the African continent. This gives us hope, and it's very timely, this reflection that you're having ahead of the WSIS Forum in 2023. From the perspective of the UN Secretary General, as was mentioned earlier, the digital transition and the green transition go hand in hand. And the fate of Agenda 2030, the state of being on the 17 Sustainable Development Goals would be determined largely by what happens in the continent of hope in Africa. What we've heard today from the Regional Commission and from the African Union's perspective shows that there are good trends on connectivity, but at the same time, huge rural-urban gaps, gender gaps, and the global gap that Africa still continues to experience, not only with regard to physical connectivity, but also with regard to access and affordability. Data rates in some parts of Africa are still very, very high compared with the per capita incomes. But we also see gaps in the area of data and digital public infrastructure. So if there are three things that I could underline today as a focus for policymakers, also in view of the distinguished presence of parliamentarians in our midst, these are the following. First, more aggressive action on bridging the connectivity gap, particularly the rural and the gender connectivity gaps. This would require innovative partnerships. This would require an innovative combination of technologies, copper, fiber, satellite, radio, and it would also require innovative public-private partnerships.
Second thing I would like to underline is digital public goods and digital public infrastructure. We need the common rails such as digital identity, universal payment mechanisms to facilitate the access of citizens at large into the digital economy. Innovation will not accelerate. We have exciting news on the startups, but we need to do much more. So that will only happen when we have the digital public infrastructure that lowers the entry barriers for innovators to come into the digital economy. The third thing that I'd like to emphasize is getting Africa ready for the data economy. The initiatives that the African Union Commission has taken with regard to data protection, with regard to interoperability, those are commendable, and member states would have to follow up by creating their own data ecosystems, which would mean investments in the human resource, data scientists, machine learning specialists, which would mean opening up public sector data sets, combining them smartly with private sector data sets, making them available to innovators and researchers in privacy protected ways so that data-driven innovation can accelerate. It would also mean coming to the cutting edge where data and AI meet other sciences, whether it's genomics, whether it's new materials, whether it's the development of climate change resilient agriculture. So all these issues would have to be tackled at the same time. There is no easy way into the digital economy. Those who have made it in Asia, in Europe, in North America have invested years of effort, and the same would need to be done in Africa. Let me close just by underlining the opportunity with the Global Digital Compact in 2024 to bring more political attention to these issues, to bring more resources into play, and essentially to bring the world together on how to approach the digital transformation in a human-centric way. The Global Digital Compact would be the first such leaders-level commitment on the digital transformation. It would cover not only the protection side, addressing the misuse, the risks to human rights and fundamental freedoms, that's the most conscious of the agenda, but also leveraging the opportunity to accelerate progress on the SDGs. So my office invites all of you to contribute to the Global Digital Compact, provide your inputs. The process is open till the end of March, and these meetings themselves here at the IGF are an opportunity for us to think together, to bring insights from Africa into that important discussion in Europe. So let me close by thanking Makhtar and his colleagues for the excellent work you are doing in following up on the WSIS agenda and also in helping us take forward the consultations on the Global Digital Compact. Thanks.
Common understanding of the digital compact for the African countries and how African countries can contribute through this participation on global digital compact. Now we are coming at the end of this opening ceremony, and I would like to thank you all, our panelists, Jean-Paul Moses, the USG. I do you as a commitment, but they provide their statement and will share with you. Thank you very much.
That shows how I'm going to show you the action lines with the SDGs. I know some of us are new to this and we need to relate to that. And then I will go through each action line, trying to highlight some of the key things that have happened in the last 1 year. After which we will create a link between what we are doing and the digital compact that has been mentioned by the SG. After which we will do some recommendation and conclusions. We are very open to comment, ideas, what has happened at the national level. So probably just to give you an introduction, and it has been said. Let's go to the next slide. I wish I had the remote controller, but as we wait for that, I will continue that as it has been discussed in the opening session, a lot has been done in terms of infrastructure, telecommunication infrastructure. But the gap still remains to the rural people, that we are saying 15% of the rural people have access to the internet, while the urban area, we do have access. We have to address that gap. Again, we are saying as a continent, is only 67% or 33% that are connected, and I'll be showing you statistics from ITU. So we need to deploy infrastructure in the rural setup and in the urban. We need to bring women in the forefront, and not just women, young girls, the youth, they need to be there. Because once we do connection, and we are doing a lot of connection, what do we do with this technology? And again, and I know it is one of the action line, capacity building needs to be done. So basically there's a lot we need to do. We need now to move from access. We continue now with affordability. What are we using it? Issues of content and the like. So just to create a link between SDGs and YC. Let's go to the next slide. And there we are. I thought I should highlight the SDGs and what they are aligned to. The first 6 SDGs, as you can see, they are more society-oriented. Poverty, hunger, health, education, gender, and water exploitation. And again, there are key issues across the continent that we need to address. When we go to the second 6 of them, they are aligned to economy, and we have energy, work and economic growth, industry and infrastructure, inequalities, sustainable cities, and consumption and production. And again, we need to focus on that. And the other 3 SDGs, they are more concerned with the environment. And finally, we have the 16 and 17. The 16 SDG is more to do with the institutional setting, the rule of laws, our government institutions, how are they supporting us to get into the digital space. And the final is the partnership, which again is key. We have, now from the presentation this morning, we know collaboration is key. We all have to work together if we have to get where we want to be. And again, this again aligns the SDGs with the YCs. And when you see action line 3, it cuts across all the SDGs. Some SDGs affect a few action lines, but they are those which are very, very key. And again, we see the action 10 again, which has something to do with the information society. Again, it cuts across most of the SDGs. So what we are saying is that the YC's action lines, they are aligned to SDGs, and as a continent, we need to move all of them together. Again, I tried just to align, let's go to the next one, just to show now specifically which are the YC's action lines and what SDGs they are interacting with. So, in the interest of time, we start with the action line 1, which is the role of governments and all stakeholders in the promotion of ICTs for development. And as we have heard from Moses from the African Union Commission, a lot is happening in this sector. We have the Continental Data Policy Framework. We have the Interoperability Framework for Digital ID. We have Continental Approach for Artificial Intelligence. The question is, as member states, how are we doing to ensure that we domesticate, we start nationalizing what is happening at the continental level? And the country status, a number of countries actually have started coming up with the digital transformation strategies. The case of Kenya that launched its digital transformation strategy 2022-2032 in April this year, and it aligns to the African Union digital transformation strategies. Again, it aligns to SDGs. Other countries, I know they are doing the same. Let's continue. Technology seems to be letting us down because I really need to be moving with my slides, and that is not happening. But basically, I highlighted some countries. I know many countries are doing a lot when it comes to this digital transformation strategy. We have the case of Senegal that are doing quite interesting things. We have the case of South Africa again. We have the case of Rwanda. A lot is happening when it comes to digital transformation strategy, and they are aligning to the continental digital transformation strategy. Again, when we are still under Action 1, we have seen quite a lot of progress when it comes to operationalization of the African Continental Free Trade Area, which again cuts across the continent. And currently there are 54 African member states that have signed. And as at October 2022, 44 of them had already deposited their instruments. And I have highlighted the countries. So again, you can see we are doing well with regard to that in recognition of the importance of the cruise trade across the continent. We go to the second action line, which is information and communication infrastructure. And this is where we are talking about meaningful connectivity. We are saying we are connected, and there's a lot of connectivity going on across the continent. But is it meaningful? And by that, we mean, are you able to do basic things in the internet? Because it's not just enough to have 2G or 3G. Most of the work that we are doing, we probably need 4G. And the next thing is gender. We have discussed that. I'm not going to go back to it. And then we have discussed about the gap between urban and rural, which again we need to address. And we have projects, and as mentioned, we have the PITA project that is cutting across the continent, and 11 of the projects that were adopted in 2021, they relate to ICT. And again, a lot is happening in terms of internet exchange point, in terms of data centers. And I know at the national level, there is a lot that is happening that we need to take stock of. And just to get some statistics from ITU, and again, we see where we are positioned. That in terms of fixed broadband, I know we say we have moved to mobile connectivity, so that we may not put too much emphasis on. But when we come even to percentage of those who are using the internet, the last column, you see as in 2022, only 33% of us across the continent are in the internet space. And the global average is 59. So you can see how much we are pushing the global average. And in addition to that, this connectivity is in the urban areas. And we know majority of our continent, we are in the rural areas. And we are saying with COVID, we all went online, e-health, e-education, e-agriculture, which means a majority of our population was left. So that is another area we really need to address. And again, I'm not going to emphasize this. I think we have discussed that it's not just about connectivity. Let's now go to affordability. Why are people not using? They have access. Why are they not using? Is it also because of content? And I know it is one of the other action lines. Is it because of priority? What exactly are the issues? And I think we need to sit down, do research, do baseline research to understand country by country what exactly is happening. If we have connected up to the rural, why is usage not there? Or are we really trying to contextualize? If we go to a particular rural areas, look at what are the socio-economic activities and ensure that we are pushing those kind of activities. Because if we don't do that, then we'll have broadband up to the village, but we'll not use it. And when we use it, it will not be for our benefit. We have again to link it to our socio-economic activity. And there's quite a lot of innovation, and I give the case of Ghana, Rwanda, which again has done a lot in terms of connectivity. And we need to emulate that as a continent and link up startups. Let's promote our startups who are doing something in the internet space. Then we move to the third action line. You went too fast, which is access to information and knowledge. And again, we note during COVID, this was critical to access the right information. Was that happening? And when it was happening, was that information accurate? Was it timely and the like? And I think this action line really improved in the last 2 years. But we need to have, again, legal frameworks that will protect access and people's rights. Because again, you don't want a lot of surveillance and the like, so that's another area that we need to focus on. And then in terms of access to this information, have we empowered our national education, our national research and education centers? Because those are institutions that most countries have them as PPP, private-public partnership. And with that, there are institutions that are more neutral that we can use to disseminate information to our local people. The libraries that are up to the rural parts of our countries. Again, those are some of the avenues we need to focus on. The UN Government Survey 2022 demonstrates that 54 countries are below the Global E-Government Development Index, which again is key, because without being connected, without the government being at the forefront, then that means the critical information that the general citizens need is not availed to them. And this just shows it goes now to capacity building, sorry. And in terms of capacity building, a lot has happened in the last 1 year. But have we integrated ICT, emerging technologies, in our curriculums? May they be primary, secondary, and tertiary institution? Again, that is not, well, it is happening. We need to hasten, we need to work more. We need to incorporate our higher education of our higher institutions of learning to be able to train and to produce students or workforce that is aligned to what is available in the market. So again, we are not doing so well when you compare to the other countries, and this is in relation to basic, standard, and advanced, where basic is about just opening files, copying and editing. Standard, you are able to work in a PowerPoint, you are able to do Excel and the like, and advanced is where now we are moving data science, people are able to do programming and the like. We need again to look into that. Again, targeted capacity building, we need to identify the gaps that are there, and I know again this is happening, that we need to ensure that the capacity development and the protection of critical infrastructure, and we have the SATs, the critical information infrastructure, sorry, the SATs and, am I confusing myself? That we need to ensure that we have expert teams that are dealing with incident responses at the national level. And then we need also to leverage on what is happening at the continental level. And we know UNECA is doing quite a lot when it comes to African Girls Hybrid Coding Camp. We also know PRIDA, the project that I'm working on, is doing a lot of capacity building with regards to internet governance. And so far we have trained 1,500 young people from across stakeholder groups to be able to understand what is happening in the internet governance space and to be able to train their neighbors, their relatives, and the like. Again, ISOC is doing a lot of training that is useful for the continent. So building confidence and security in the use of ICTs. And again, we are saying if we are not confident in the internet governance or in the digital space, then we are not going to use these technologies. And with the advanced use, with many people getting into the digital space, then we are having cyber incidences that needs to be addressed. And we also note that even when we have the Malabo Convention, we know we don't have the right numbers of signatories, but countries have been aligning their national strategies to fit into what is in the Malabo Convention. So again, that is one good step that has been going on. I know the case of Kenya, we launched our cybersecurity strategy this year, but you can see it has borrowed a lot from what the Malabo Convention has, and it recognizes its existence. So again, that is a good step we have made. And again, this is a point I was going to make, that many countries have already set up the computer emergency response teams that are working with the government, with the private sector, with the civil society to ensure that first of all, they are able to monitor what is happening at the national level and report. Then again, a vulnerable group that we must protect are the young people. And quoting by a report, the Web Protect Global Alliance Global Threat Assessment 2021 reported that 44% of young people in the Middle East and North Africa, that's just a case, had that 1% in Central Africa and 57% South African experienced at least one online sexual harm during their childhood. So this is a report in the past. What is happening now? During COVID, we locked our children in our houses and we were busy doing other things. What happened when we gave them those mobile devices as toys to play around with? So again, that's an area we really need to focus on and see what needs to be done. And consequently, cyber hygiene and empowering of children to keep them safe online is becoming important for the continent. And we need to work again together as a continent to ensure we have the right policies. Some countries have documented safety initiatives such as Status on Child African Safety Initiative in Kenya. We have the Be Cyber Smart tips to keep children safe online. that is coming from Ghana. We have a campaign to boost internet safety that started in 2021 in Uganda and Zambia. And those are just some of the key things that are happening across the continent. So there are also registration within Africa to guide policy making. And as Moses said, African Union is coming up with a child online policy, a continental guide that now as other countries can start domesticating and seeing what they can share, what they can adapt. And we know we have to contextualize these things. We are 54 countries with different culture, different aspirations and the like, but these global issues that are facing us, we must come up with a common strategy that we can deal with together. Then we go to enabling environment, that is action line 6. And in that, again, the African Trade Exchange Platform was launched in May 2022, which is a good way of creating an enabling environment from the continental level. At the national level, entrepreneurship has been promoted. Most countries are doing quite a lot to promote that aspect of it. And the governments, again, and I give the case of 61% of countries are offering average 12 online services. Some are doing up to 22. Actually, from the latest report, the e-government report, Rwanda had 92 online services, which is quite very good. And that what does that mean? That when it comes to dealing with citizens, sharing information with government to government, citizen to citizen, government to private sector and the like, then it is easy. You don't have, I can't remember the last time I went to a government office, because I can get all that information online. And that's the kind of enabling environment we are talking about. We go to the next slide. Number 7, which is ICT applications. And I don't even think I'll go into the details into this, because there are quite a number of ICT applications that are addressing e-government, e-business, e-learning, e-health, e-employment, e-environment, agriculture, and science. And most of them actually really became prominent during the COVID-19. But again, emphasizing on what the e-government survey stated is that we need laws and regulations to be able, first of all, to provide this information, but then also to protect our people, to ensure that we are comfortable in that digital space. And we need to up our performance at the e-government digital index. And again, I re-emphasize only 4 countries who are able to get a higher rate of more than 0.6. So that's an area, again, we need to focus on. Let's continue. And that just gives a highlight of the 10 countries that did best. But again, even as we are doing best, you see we start appearing from number 65. So clearly there are 65 countries that were ahead of any African countries in these. comes in, that the moment you all move digital, then we are creating more exclusion. Environment, again, which cuts across quite a number of SDGs. There's a lot that happened. Sorry, I'm moving fast in the interest of time, because also I want to give you people time to ask questions. E-agriculture, again, a lot happened. We have UNECA that is supporting a project in Botswana, and there are quite a number of projects that are going on across the. Then we go to e-science, and e-science, that's where we need to set innovation hubs. In March 2022, the Africa Research Center on Artificial Intelligence was launched in Congo Brazzaville. I think during the opening session, we were told there's another one that's being set in Togo. So in terms of innovation hubs, in terms of research, in terms of making sure that we are doing our own research to ensure climate change, we are addressing it in the best way possible. E-waste, with all these technologies that is being dumped in our continent, what are we doing about that? So we need to do a lot of research to ensure that all that is taken into account. Then when it comes to action number 6, cultural diversity, identity, linguistic diversity, and local content, we are a continent of diverse culture, diverse language, and the like. And I think we need to take all this into account to ensure that people are not just left behind because the appropriate content is not there. They are not able to use that. Because for sure we have young people who are able to do all the interpretations and to ensure that we have the right content in the internet. But are we doing that? And then just to highlight that in the second review of Agenda 2063 goals, there was moderate progress of 45% with regard to Aspiration 5, which is about Africa with a strong cultural identity, common heritage, and shared values and ethics. I think that that's an area we really need to emphasize. As much as we are getting westernized, we should not forget about our culture. We should not forget to document what we have for the sake of our future generations. So that is an area that we really need to focus on. And again, we noted that UNESCO adopted a declaration on indigenous language, including with regard to digital empowerment, language technology, and indigenous media. As member states, are we aligning to that? What are we doing at the national level to ensure that we align to that? When it comes to media, which is action line 10, a lot happened in terms of liberalization, that any one of us can be a media personality. And with that comes the issue of regulations, comes the issue of ensuring that we are doing responsible journalism. How do we do that? In terms of how do we enforce ethics, guidelines, and the like. And again, that's an area that has moved forward, but we need to be sure that we are doing the right thing. And the number 10, which is ethical dimension of the information society. And if you noted, this affects all the SDGs. That again, we need to ensure that we are promoting ethics in the digital space. Artificial intelligence is one of the areas that we need all to be there to ensure that it's not an avenue of exclusion. It's not an avenue where what we aspire as a continent is not being progressed. And I go to the last action line, which is international and regional cooperation. And again, what are we doing in terms of this? And I'll narrow down in terms of what we are doing at the IGF, which is one of the areas where we have regional cooperation. And as you all know, we always have national IGF, regional IGFs, continental IGFs. And continental IGFs is where we bring all the regional economic communities, the private sector, the civil society, the media, and the like. And just going by what we had this year, we had, it was held in Malawi in July, with 934 people who are there in person. We had 1,303 people who registered online and who are participating online. So in total we had 1,835 participants. Again, those are diverse group of people, the young, the old, people with different abilities, which I think was good. Again, probably good to mention that during the AFRISIC, the Africa School of Intergovernance, the focus was the UN open-ended working group. That we need again to be able to discuss issues of norms, CPMs at the global space, because we are all there and we need to be safe. And quite a number of things were launched, including the Network of African Parliamentarian and also the Network of African Women in Cybersecurity. And good. What is the link between WISES and Global Digital Compact? Again, this was discussed in the opening session. that at the international level, Africa is aligning to the Global Digital Compact aspiration. That GDP aims at facilitating the use of digital technologies for the realization of 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and enhancing inclusive digital access on societies across the globe. And therefore, the Global Digital Compact is expected to outline shared principles for an open, free, and open digital future for all. Clearly, as a continent, we need to be there from the word go. We need to put forward our aspirations and what we need. So, what are some of the recommendations that we are giving? That we need to hasten the achievement of universal and meaningful connectivity by 2030. We need to ensure that the legal aspects are taken care of, that we are not just moving in the implementation without the legal and policy area. Attention to be given to digital literacy, given to low levels of the continent's performance, the digital skills, that is targeted capacity building. Let us contextualize the capacity we are giving. Again, collaboration by partners working on WISE's aspiration and SDGs needs to be optimal and complementary. And sorry, I'm rushing. Again, regional cooperation, we need to participate on discussion to do with norms and CBMs. We need to prioritize our activities as a continent. And there's a lot that have been done by the World Bank. It has worked on 17 countries, very elaborate projects that we all need to borrow from. In conclusion, Africa made great strides in implementing the WISE's action lines. We need to deal with inclusion, rural, urban, women, young people in the best way possible. We need to start now domesticating the continental frameworks that have been created. And again, we have to leverage on the digital financial inclusion for those countries that have already made strides in that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yambura, for this comprehensive presentation. The report will be shared within in January, because we are going to finalize it is a draft. We are going to finalize the report by end of December, and we'll share with you. But we'll put the report online. If you have any comment or any input, we'll give you the link. As you say, from this, we have seen from this presentation, a lot of progress have been made by African countries during this year in the implementation of the WISE's action line. But we can just highlight few. Yeah. On C1, in the policy side, a lot of things has been done by the member state, but we need to focus more on the regulatory side for the emerging technology and to integrate the e-commerce and the digital payment in our regulatory side. It is now something happening in several countries, and when you look at the African country, only Kenya and South Africa are some provision on the e-commerce side for the development of the fintech. On the infrastructure side, still remaining this gap because we are only 33% access to internet, and there is a gap, digital gender gap in the continent. We have to put more emphasis in the development of the infrastructure by involving the national private sector to the development of the telco infrastructure. Capacity building, there are a lot, and also e-application. Due to the COVID, we have 5,000 e-application in the continent during last year. Due to COVID, we did very good progress on that. Access to information need also improvement. Also media, you have a big role to play as a parliamentary on media. We have several problems with the media on the digital side, and in the collaboration, international collaboration is going well. We can say by the end of the WISE's 2025, we have a lot of progress made, but we have also a long way for 2013. Thank you very much. Let me rush to give the floor to Gitangali to present the open forum for 2023, because this report will be present to the WISE's 2023 before we open the question. Gitangali from ITU.
who had participated physically in the WSIS Forum in Geneva. Next slide, please. So there are several prize winners. I would like to please remind you that we have a coveted, I can see many of you have already won the prize who are sitting in the room. And many come from Africa, South Africa, Uganda, Ghana, Rwanda, Ethiopia has also won. And so they're prize winners and champions. These are very coveted contests. The nominations are open now. So please do submit your nomination so that we can see some prize winners coming from the region. Next slide, please. So, of course, in collaboration with the UN Tech Bank, we have also started some special tracks and initiatives focusing on least developing countries. And we really hope that we can have some more collaboration on these tracks. We did some e-resilience and digital transformation workshops for developing economies, role of ICTs in finance and digital inclusion. So we are hoping that not only we can create awareness through these different workshops, but also strong partnerships which you can take forward. Next slide, please. So now moving to the WSIS process timeline, many of you are familiar with this, that we started in 1998 during the ITU plenipotentiary in Minneapolis, when Tunisia said that there should be something like a WSIS, which provides a framework to information society. And then we had the two summits in accordance to the General Assembly resolution in 2001, 2003 and 2005. Since then, we've been having various platforms to collaborate to implement the WSIS action line framework. We have 11 WSIS action lines like the Sustainable Development Goals. And our mandate was renewed in 2015. And now our mandate is till 2025. And we await, discussions at the regional level, at the national level, at the international level, and at the level of UNGA to explore the future of the WSIS process. Next slide, please. So like I said, since 2015, we've been aligning the WSIS action lines with the Sustainable Development Goals to show that each and every action line has an impact on the SDGs. With the UN action line facilitators, FAO, UNESCO, UNCTAD, WHO, we mapped all of this, and there is a matrix which is available online since 2015, which shows a direct link between the action lines and the SDGs. Next slide, please. Of course, we are also aligning now with the global processes coming up in New York, the UNSG's Common Agenda, and so on and so forth. Next slide, please. Now at the ITU plenipotentiary, we recently had a plenipotentiary where our new Secretary General was elected, Ms. Doreen Bogdan-Martin. She will be here from tomorrow onwards to show strong commitment of ITU towards the region and the processes. So the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, he reiterated the importance of WSIS. We renewed our resolution 140 on WSIS. And of course, our chairman, Professor Isa Ali Ibrahim, the Minister of Nigeria, was present for a side event. Next slide, please. So one very important thing that the WSIS does is with 32 UN agencies, we have a group called the UNGIS, United Nations Group on the Information Society. And we work at the senior level and top management level, and of course at the working level. And I'm sure, Maktar, you're somewhere there in the photos, and Jean-Paul as well, to ensure that there is good collaboration within the UN frameworks to implement the WSIS process. Next slide, please. We do various kinds of joint contributions, joint statements. We do side events together. And for example, the most recent one was to the Commission on the Status of Women, where we've given a joint contribution to showcase how technologies are very important and digital gender inclusion, like Maktar just said just now, is so important. Next slide, please. So this is extra budgetary. We always need money. So these are our partners. Next slide, please. Yeah, so WSIS Forum 2023. Please mark these dates on your calendar. 13th to 17th of March in Geneva in a hybrid mode. And we continue the virtual workshops in April and May. Next slide, please. So we build our agenda through an open consultative process. Phase 1 is done. Phase 2 is going to happen here on the 30th of November in the IGF. Please join us there from 1 o'clock, 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock, sorry. And we hope to collect ideas from all of you to input into the agenda and program of the WSIS Forum. Next slide, please. It's a very simple way to input your ideas. Just log on to the online form, create a profile, and submit your ideas that this is important, this topic is important, this format should be used. So we really look forward to your ideas to be able to build the agenda and the program. Next slide, please. Of course, we'll have a high-level track, which is open and inclusive. So it's open to civil society, private sector, technical community, governments. So technically, we get ministers, head of regulatory bodies, civil society heads, academia heads, and so on and so forth. One new component we've started is the Mayor's Roundtable. And of course, with Excellency Nima and others, we are looking at the parliamentary component of the WSIS forum as well. Next slide, please. Next slide. So WSIS prizes, of course, all of you like this a lot, but please do remember the deadline. It's 7th of December, and it's a online voting exercise. So it's like a popularity contest. So please submit your project, have this online popularity contest, and we hope that the best project wins. Next slide, please. Again, we have a stock taking database. So if you're looking for projects, it's sorted out by action lines and SDGs. There are 15,000 projects right now. So please do have a look at them. Or if you want to popularize your projects, please submit them online and they will appear in our repository. Next slide, please. We have a photo contest. So these photos are free to be used. So please go to our website and use these photos. We get beautiful photos from all over the world every year. And they are also sorted by action lines and SDGs. Next slide, please. So the special tracks, these are some of the tracks that all stakeholders have identified. For the African region, some of these may be more important than for other regions like ICTs and youth, gender mainstreaming, emerging technologies for sustainable development, well-being and happiness. We initiated this with Bhutan during COVID. Accessibilities, older persons. This is something which is getting really important for countries. Cybersecurity. With UNESCO, we are doing indigenous peoples and cultures. Of course, with the UN Tech Bank, developing countries and LDCs. Then ICTs for clean technologies and climate change. There is a huge momentum for clean technologies, especially after COP. So we do hope that more ideas come through this. And digital citizenship and public services. It's a new track that we have added this year. Next slide, please. And many, many more things that we'll be working on, especially important things like digital marketing of harmful products to children. We'll be creating awareness of this with WHO, UNESCO, and ITU. Next slide, please. So those of you who are not aware of this, our hackathon is ongoing right now. We are doing it this year with Saudi Arabia. So please apply. There's no age limit. So those of you who are interested in policy, in coding, in leadership, please apply for the hackathon. There's a very good prize of $5,000. So we are partnering with Saudi and they've been very kind. And we do hope that we get some excellent projects out of this and excellent prototypes which we can use. Next slide, please. WSIS and SDG talks, many of you have been attending these. We are aligning them with the UN days, and these are all virtual, so please feel free to join them whenever possible. So next slide, please. Next slide. So I'll quicken up because Makhtar is giving me the hint. So we have a Women in Technology repository. So I see many women out here. If you're not part of this, please join the repository because we do many trainings out here, many speaking opportunities, many capacity building workshops. So please do sign up. Next slide, please. We have gender trendsetters. Next slide, please. Initiatives on ICTs and older persons. Next slide. Next slide. Youth campaigners. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, so I think you will talk about the review later also, Maktar, so I'll leave this. And I'd like to thank all of you for your attention, and hopefully we can work together for the next edition of the WSIS Forum. Thank you very much, Maktar.
Thank you very much for this presentation. I think VCS 23 is very important now for all Africa, for the world, because we are preparing the VCS plus 20. In Africa, we need more involvement of the African country. Why we decide to expand now the task force IGF to activity on VCS forum and also to the preparation of the digital global compact. Now the chair of the task force is there, Mr. Ponsele, and you can meet with him to see how we can involve all African countries in the next process of the WSIS. Now we are running out of the time. I want to open the floor for 10 minutes to get question from you on WSIS, also on the open consultation forum. If you have any question or any clarification about this WSIS implementation presented by Nyambura, and as well as the WSIS Open Forum presented by Gitangali. Yes.
Thank you, Mokta. Thank you, Nyambura and colleague Gitangali. My first one is, how do we access those presentations?
How you access to?
Those presentations.
All presenters will be shared. Where is Abby? Is there Abby? We can share all the presentation. Eh?
Okay. Yeah. Then the last one is, I think there is a lot of need to connect everyone, and connectivity and access are very important. And I think we need to look at all the stakeholders, because if you look at the current status is that we are leaving connectivity to the service providers, the operators. I think we do have many stakeholders within our countries, the municipalities, the rural development agencies. I think they must be brought on board to connect everyone, wherever in the village, wherever you talk, wherever people live. So I think we need to relook at how can we achieve that goal, connecting everyone. Because we cannot leave that agenda only to the service providers. Because sometimes the funding also plays a part, because they borrow money, whatever, from various institutions, from the banks, and they want, mostly when they borrow money, they want to go where there are quick returns. So we also need to look at how is funding, being channeled to connectivity and access. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Okay. Bonsoir à tout le monde. Moi, c'est M. Abdel Bacharbon. Je viens du Tchad. Et je vous remercie pour cette session qui est vraiment capitale pour nous. Donc, ma question est simple. Comment faire un lien avec nos textes, parce que je sais que nos parlementaires, nos honorables sont ici là, pour la révision de nos textes dans nos pays, comment incorporer les outputs des WSIS, parce qu'on sait qu'il y a les agendas, les ODD, il y a l'agenda 2063, et dans nos propres pays, nous avons nos propres agendas de développement. Donc, tous ces liens, comment faire ces liens, donc, pour que nous aurons un développement numérique participatif et axé vers la population. Je vous remercie.
Merci.
Mike. Yeah. Sorry, I hope I'm not too close. Thank you very much. My name is Catherine Adair, the Director of Research at the Web Foundation, although leaving my job in 2 days. But I was very impressed, right from the panel session to Nyambura to all this. And there's so much that I unpacked, and I was saying I wish we had more opportunity to even unpack it, like almost in a workshop kind of model, to look at the various areas even that Nyambura discussed. But maybe I'll just pick one. Looking at the fact that I was even involved in the WISES right from the beginning and then disappeared somehow. And it's now 20 years later. But even in talking about the various progress that has been made by the African nations, like the implementation of Agenda 2063 flagship projects, I feel when they're talking about digital economy, digital transformation, There's so much in terms of signed documents. And as a director of research globally, I see this. But there's very little, and Nyambura challenged us on that, that maybe we should have some more research at country level. There's very little in actually looking at what happens in terms of ratification and implementation of these documents, because there's enough evidence to show that we could actually accelerate affordable internet, affordable gadgets, meaningful connectivity, all these terms we are talking about, but the people are at different levels. So even when you look at something like the Africa, I call it what, after, there's 54 countries signed. But I think the real opportunity lies in once these instruments of ratification are deposited in the countries, they should really begin removing the tariff and non-tariff barriers to facilitate trade. And this is where I'm also seeing the interlinkage with the digital transformation, because there's a lot that needs amendment in the country level and harmonization. So I want to give others time, but you can see my book was almost half filled. And thinking of, I wish I was a discussant. I was itching to be on those papers and to be able to unpack this. The opportunities are there, but there needs to be harmonization and speaking with one voice. Otherwise, we'll just keep looking at this again and saying, what progress? Beyond progress, what is the implementation? Thank you.
Thank you. Another one before, another.
Okay. Hi. Hi, my name is Kweku from Ghana.
No, but please, on this side.
Okay, good morning. My name is Naza Nicholas Kirama, and I'm currently the project manager for Tanzania Digital Inclusion Program. What we have done on the ground is actually providing meaningful connectivity to 5 schools, the smallest units of government that have never been connected. And we have been able to connect around 120 community members to the broadband internet. And we aim to create about 200 community network innovation hubs. So my question is, for people who are doing it, implementing the action lines and the digital cooperation like us, how can WISIS and ITU help people like us? Because we have the potential to connect people to broadband internet using what is available, the technology that is available, the fiber connection. So my question will go to the WISIS and ITU. How do you actually actualize us who are doing the work on the ground? Thank you.
Thank you. We are going to stop there because we have another panel. Now let me, Gitangele, you want to answer?
Thank you very much for the question. So there are various ways to contribute, sir. So one is through processes like WISIS, which are multi-stakeholder. We have several events, several possibilities to work together in consultative processes. Second is through the ITU processes, like we have study groups at the ITU. We have our own regional office here in Africa. I think Anne Rochelle, the regional director, was here in the morning as well. And we can sit together, sir, and discuss this further as well. So I'm going to be here. I'll just speak to you on a bilateral basis as well.
Thank you. Let me start by there is one question related to the parliamentary, to the regulation. From Chad. Bon, ce qui est important, c'est qu'il faudra qu'on a la chance d'avoir les parlementaires ici, qui sont maintenant au fait des enjeux et des opportunités de cette société de l'information. Et ça leur permet d'avoir une meilleure compréhension de ce qu'ils doivent adopter et comment accompagner les États pour que l'économie numérique puisse être bénéfice à toute la population. Of course, on a aussi... ils sont au devant de ça parce qu'il y a le forum des parlementaires de l'Ouest africain qui va se réunir l'année prochaine. C'est le deuxième forum. dont les présidents sont là. Donc, ils vont discuter de ces problèmes-là. Hein. Comment les parlementaires peuvent aider les pays africains à bénéficier des technologies. Parce qu'on sait que dans les années 2030, 90% des nouveaux emplois dans le monde seront numériques ou auront une connotation numérique. Et 70% de la population africaine aura moins de 35 ans en 2050. Donc, c'est des choses, je pense que les parlementaires sont vraiment au fait. Et we have also APNIC. APNIC in their program plan of this regulatory issue to discuss and to find a solution for the African continent. Also to integrate all framework we have in the continent. We have several frameworks from African Union. We have framework from Smart Africa. We have framework from PCA. We have to harmonize all because harmonization is very important. We are not going to work singular. We have to work together to harmonize everything. And why we talk about this single digital market. We are working with AUC to put in place this framework for the single digital market. Thank you. Let me now rush to the next presentation. Amal, I'm going to give you, what is Amal? Okay, let me call Amel. Amel is not here. Let me give the floor to Daniel from AAC. Just I want you to highlight the key activity of East African community during this post-COVID in terms of capacity building, and as well as collaboration between the member states. I give you 4 minutes.
Yes. Yeah, good morning. My name is Daniel Mrenzi. I'm the Principal Information Technology Officer for the East African Community. Yeah. Thank you. I think you have known that I came from far in East Africa, so I had to put my back down a bit. Thank you, Mukhtar, and for the little time you have given me, maybe as people setting up, in the interest of time, colleagues who don't know the East African community, I met even people were asking me, yeah. So for the East African communities, harmonization towards the digital integration, we have established a center of excellence for ICT in mobile technology and embedded systems to support the capacity building. From the presentation of the Nyambura, you saw that there is a need for the capacity building and how to harmonize. So we have already established our regional center of excellences for the e-health in one of our partner states, for the ICT in mobile technology, so that we can provide the capacity building. During the post-COVID and during the COVID time, I think you saw that it's only the East African community that we never crossed our borders for the movement of the cargo, goods and services. And this was due to the harmonization the East African community member states we have come up with in our digital strategy. So we do have a digital strategy that is cross-cutting within all sectors, health sector, financial sector, customs and trade. And through this is the only way we manage to control the pandemic using the technology. You saw that we are the only first, I think, if not the whole world, to come up with a digital certificate for the COVID that would allow you to move within the region without double testing. So that was due to the issues of the capacity building. So lastly, because of the limited time that we are given, we have domesticated our policy and the strategy from the continental level to the regional level, and now we are ensuring that East African community member states are in line with implementation of the continental strategy and the regional strategy. And in this, we have now established different sector committees that are supporting our implementation. Thank you. Maybe given time, I would add on.
Thank you very much. Let me go quickly to Amel because we have there is one initiative for the startup, the woman startup. Just highlight how we can empower this woman startup in the continent through this initiative.
Thank you. Thank you. Fantastic. We're going to use a few slides to share with you actually an overview of the Tech African Women as an initiative to bring ideas to action. And thank you, Maktar, by the way, for bringing up the topic of startups as one of the components of this conversation. Because startups are actually the vehicle to translate, to convert technology into economic value and social benefits. They're also problem solvers. They advance the society through solving problems that no classical sectors are addressing today. And they're also a tool for recovery from COVID, since they enable enterprise and SMEs in terms of tools and solutions for to activate their digital transformation. But before we dive into Tao, I'd like to bring things into perspective. Maybe I'll just stand here. Bringing things into perspective in terms of where we stand today as a continent, because we tend to to celebrate actually that we have over 5 billion of VC investment that were attracted to the continent in the last year, but we need to bring things to perspective when we think that according to the World Economic Forum, 600 billion of VC investment have been invested last year in startups. So doing the math is very easy. We are less than 1% of global VC investment. But the question is, why is that happening? Why is this? So there is no random occurrence when it comes to investing or when it comes to development of startup ecosystems. We might take, for example, the Indian development in that sense. So there is an intention, a strategy, a statement to multiply the startup ecosystem by 10 from now to 2030. And this is the type of decisions that we need to take as a continent. Multiplying it by 10 means that it's going to reach, at least for the consumer market, over 800 billion of size of the startup market by 2030, which means, so it doesn't, again, it doesn't happen randomly. It's not a random occurrence. It's an intention. And this means over 100 million of VC investment in startups per day. So if we look at what's going in the continent, maybe there is a lot we need to catch up with. So Tech African Women was actually a response. I come actually from the field. I'm an entrepreneur, even though I act also as president of the Startup Association, so working also with policymakers, with the government to make things move in terms of enabling the startup ecosystem, the startup environment. However, we started by looking at the reality of Africa here, and we have seen that only 16% of VC investment went to startups that are led and co-founded by women. So if you look at startups that are women-only led, so like the C-level is all women, it's less than 2% of investments. So, and this is something we wanted to combine. So next, please. So in order to make things work on that front, we thought we need to bring in skills, but not only. We want to translate these skills into real startups. We want to support these women-led startups, turn their ideas into reality. And this only happens if they have access to investment at the very early stage, so enough funds, enough money to develop their own products, enough skilled people, experts, developers to develop these ideas, but they need to be hands-on. They need hands-on support for them to be able to translate these ideas into reality. So this combination of action was actually a Pan-African program that we have imagined, so that is now part of the ECA strategy, in order to reinforce the capacities of young entrepreneurs and accelerate the transformation of their project ideas into investment-ready projects. So, and while doing that, we want also to bridge one of the challenges of the African continent, which is what we have called earlier probably a diverse continent. It brings with it an economic reality that is rather called fragmented continent. So in order to bridge this gap of fragmentation, we are building a community of connected startups on the whole African continent. Next, please. So this, the one before, please. So it's just about telling you that what our intention is with this Tech African Women. This TAO wants to become actually a whole African movement. So we want to reach by 2025 a platform that connects all African countries and allows women-led startups, still diverse startups, but still women-led, to move from 0 to 1, which means a product that is that has validated its product market fit and that is ready to raise funds. And with that, we will create a community of partners, of VCs, of investors, of a whole of access to market around our startups. Next. So this is actually a project that connects the Connected African Women initiative that exists already, that is already implemented by ECA, moving it to the next level. So not stopping at the level of skills and turning these ideas into reality. Next. So what we want to do is empowering female, women founders, validating business models, because startups are there actually to solve problems. They love solving problems. And we are blessed on this continent to have enough interesting problems to solve. And this is not just sarcasm, it's actually a reality, because the bigger the problem is, the more interesting things get for the entrepreneurs, because they have a big enough problem to solve. This means actually a big enough market to address. And so they will be solving our problems and still through this initiative connecting African women. Next. So next. This was Tech African Women 1.0. And now we are preparing the Tech African Women 2.0 starting early 2023. So the Tech African Women 1.0 was actually a combination of boot camps. So it's a hybrid thing. It's online boot camps, local boot camps in the countries, and then an incubation or what we call venture building program that is done remotely to support startups actually go from the idea stage and move from just the theoretical skills to something that's working, that's validated on the market. Next. Okay, so we are also supporting these women with grants. Besides availing access to developers, to marketeers, to financial experts, etc., we give them grants so that they can have enough funds to sustain their existence until the next step. And this is something we want to scale up in the next level. So it's about MVP development, cultural exchange workshops, webinars, experts exchange, etc. Next. Okay, so key numbers we have so far with this pilot phase, which was this year, a number of applicants of over 300, number of participants that's 74 led to 8 supported startups. And now we're moving to the next level. By the way, the winning teams that have been supported are startups that are solving problems in agriculture, supporting breeders of cows. These are startups supporting actually supporting women. These are startups solving water problems, water scarcity problems. Also problems, challenges in AI, in sexual and reproductive health, etc., etc. So this is an example of what type of problems we're trying to solve through this. And now we're closing. This is the ecosystem we're building around our startups. So it's not only about the startups, it's all about activating all the startup support organizations around them and connecting them in one single platform that happens to be on the whole continent. Coming to closing on that, so you see a lot of energy, amazing energy happening in these boot camps, in these programs. Next. Now we're talking about we are talking about Tech African Women 2.0, which is the second edition, meaning happening this year. Every year will be growing exponentially, like it should be for startups. So now we have started with 4 countries this year. We've started with Senegal, Ethiopia, Tanzania, and Tunisia. Now we're expanding to 16 countries, 12 new countries coming on top. So every year, new countries will come on top of the countries of last year. 4 physical regional boot camps gathering 80 startups, 4 incubation programs going on simultaneously in these regional spaces, and also final prizes and incubation for the winning teams so that they can move from to the next level. Next year is going to be more countries coming on top of these countries, and the acceleration of these startups that have been supported from idea to a minimum viable product. So we're not leaving them alone. We're not leaving them in the nature. We are going to support them to move to the next level, to be even more investment ready. And this is our way to practically solve the challenge of VCs and investors who tell us, yes, we'd love to invest in women, but we couldn't find them. They're nowhere. So this is how we're going to tell them, come and join us. You will find them. Tech African Women is looking for partners. So please connect with us, talk to us if you are interested to come on board. We are going to be, in 2025, the biggest platform connecting startups led by women. So come on board.
Thank you, Amal. You can discuss with her to see how we are going to involve your country in this initiative. The objective is by 2025, we have all African countries on this platform. This project is focused on women, not on men. Thank you. Let me go to AUC. There are several initiatives at the AUC level, like this digital transformation strategy, data governance framework, e-education framework. We are working on the digital single market as well as on artificial intelligence. Could you tell us how this initiative improves the digital transformation in the continent and also bridge the digital gap in the continent? Quickly, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, distinguished participants, all protocol observed. So thank you for the opportunity to be part of this panel. To respond to the question, I would say that I would start by highlighting the strong partnership between the African Union and the United Nations. And because like we have the SDGs and the Agenda 2063, they are fully aligned. And within the AU, we even conducted the mapping and we report both at the same time on the progress in the implementation of the Agenda 2063 and SDGs. And you can see that on the Audanipad website, which is the implementing agency of the African Union. As we know, like both in Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030, ICT is not explicitly highlighted as a goal, but it is cross-cutting. And from our side, in the first 10 years implementation plan, it was reflected as contributing to the improving high standard living of people and also to the GDP. But now that we are preparing the second 10 years implementation plan, we really aim to reflect it in all different like goals and aspirations as a driver and also as an enabler for change and progress. My colleagues this morning, both Mr. Moses Bayingana and Nyambora, they highlighted all the activities that are ongoing within the African Union. I would say that we are fully aligned with what the priorities that has been presented by the UN Secretary General Special Envoy and also by UNICA, and we can work together for the benefit of our countries and people. We have started the implementation of the digital transformation strategy. We developed this year an implementation plan and also monitoring and evaluation system with a dashboard that we aim to put in place in the next year, where to enable countries to monitor their own progress at national level, and also as a continental organization, it will help us to have a picture on what has been across the continent. So this strategy is, as Nyambora mentioned, is in line with the WCIS Action Line 1 on promoting ICT for development. But inside the strategy, we reflect the whole action lines. Like for the 4 pillars, we have the enabling environment, which speaks to Action Line 6. We have digital infrastructure, speaks to Action Line 2. We have digital skills, Action Line 4. And also in the cross-cutting topics that has been identified by the digital transformation strategy, we have the reflected Action Line and 1 and 3. On the key sectors, we have identified key sectors, and for us, like the Action Line on 7 as on application, we moved towards developing sectorial digital strategies, and I think work is in progress, and it was mentioned this morning that there is already digital transformation strategy for education that was validated by, endorsed by the Specialized Technical Committee on Science, Technology and Education. And there is an e-commerce strategy that was validated also by member state, and it will be examined next year. And we have developed the digital ID interoperability framework, which is key for development of the digital single market in Africa, and also for enabling African citizens to access to e-services. We started also the work on implementation of the EU data policy framework to enable our countries to develop their data systems, their data capabilities, and also to facilitate cross-border data flows in Africa, which is a precondition for development of digital economy in Africa. In summary, I would say that for us, we do understand that the main challenge for the digitalization in Africa is to secure funding, and we are working towards integrating digital in all our partnerships with other regions. And also we are in the process of developing financial mechanism, and also to establish a digital fund, like to support countries. And also we do understand that we really need to implement the principles of the Constitutive Act of the African Union, and also the digital transformation strategy, by moving towards establishing collaboration and also solidarity, because African countries, they are progressing at different levels, and we need to bring them together to avoid the digital divide. We value the cooperation with UN, and we have already this year, we aligned the regional priorities for Africa in WTDC with DTS, and also we work on close collaboration with UNICA. And we really aim to strengthen this cooperation, to build the capacities of our countries, to enable them to be part of this global discussion, and also on shaping this global digital space. And I would like to say that it is an opportunity for all of us to work together and to bring our countries together, and to enable them to be active participation in the upcoming World Summit on Digital Future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are running out of time because high-level leader track started, and we are part on that. I'm going to give the floor quickly to Eric to talk about the Artificial Intelligence Center in Congo. But you can continue the discussion with the team. The team of the Digital Center are there. You have Hilda is there. You have Godfrey. All people are there, and Ibrahim. You have Gedjon. You can continue to discuss with them and to discuss on the several programs we have discussed. We have also Gibson. And for the task force, Ponsele is there. He can discuss with you how to expand the task force to the WISIS and also to the Global Digital Compact, as well as the Summit of the Future. I'm going to give you quickly the floor to conclude, Eric. We have established a digital center, a research center on artificial intelligence in Congo. How this center can help to make progress in the digital era in the continent, in capacity building, of course, and skill development.
Merci, je vais parler en français. Comme vous l'avez dit, le Centre africain de recherche en intelligence artificielle a été érigé au Congo-Brazzaville grâce au concours de la Commission économique des Nations Unies pour l'Afrique. Le centre est déjà opérationnel et avec à la clé 4 programmes de formation. Donc nous avons le premier programme de formation que nous appelions ici le carrière académique, qui va former les jeunes Africains en système LMD, licence master doctorat. Mais dès l'année prochaine, nous allons commencer le premier programme déjà de ce programme académique pour former des ingénieurs africains en master de sciences, en master en intelligence artificielle et sciences de données. Mais nous avons également compris qu'au niveau de l'Afrique, il y a un problème de pénurie où ceux qui ont déjà des compétences comme des informaticiens ont besoin d'avoir des compétences supplémentaires. Et nous avons ajouté un deuxième programme, ce que nous appelons ici le Career Skills. Ça, c'est un programme de renforcement des capacités de tous les jeunes Africains qui veulent se former dans les nouveaux métiers d'avenir, donc notamment l'intelligence artificielle et toutes les technologies émergentes. Et enfin, nous avons un troisième programme que nous appelons ici le Career Power. Ça, c'est un programme qui est uniquement réservé aux jeunes Africains qui ont déjà terminé les études, donc les jeunes diplômés sans emploi, mais pour leur donner une chance de rebondir sur le marché du travail, on leur forme ici dans les nouveaux métiers d'avenir, notamment l'intelligence artificielle, les sciences des données et la cybersécurité et autres. Et enfin, nous avons également le programme qu'on appelle le Kaya for Youth. Donc ça, c'est un programme qui est uniquement réservé à l'initiation à la robotique et à l'intelligence artificielle aux élèves du cycle primaire, secondaire de tous les pays africains, pour ceux qui veulent. Et enfin, je voulais dire ici que pour combler le déficit en compétences, nous sommes rentrés en partenariat avec l'Alliance Smart Africa. Dans le mois passé, nous avons formé beaucoup de jeunes Congolais. Donc, on a fait une formation des formateurs en intelligence artificielle. Et nous avons en ce moment une formation qui est en cours, par exemple, sur la cybersécurité. Donc là aussi, c'est une formation des formateurs en cybersécurité. Et très bientôt, nous allons former plus de 300 jeunes, d'abord au niveau national, justement en intelligence artificielle et sur tous les métiers d'avenir. Donc ici, c'est une opportunité de dire que tous les Africains peuvent accéder à ce centre-là. Donc, si vous voulez avoir plus d'informations, comment accéder à ce centre, comment avoir l'information sur les programmes des cours, les programmes que nous avons mis en place pour développer le centre africain, n'hésitez pas de vous rapprocher de moi. Merci.
Donc, merci beaucoup à tout le monde. C'était vraiment une session très riche. On a beaucoup appris et puis on a beaucoup échangé sur quoi faire pour développer les technologies au bénéfice de l'Afrique et de l'humanité, parce qu'on a parlé du BICIS 2023, also on a parlé du Digital Compact qui concerne tout le monde. Donc je remercie tous les participants, le staff de UNECA et also la task force et aussi les coordonnatrices, les coordinateurs de ce workshop. I'm going to give the floor as focal point to Hilda, focal point for this session, to say some word and to close this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Makta. Thank you very much, everyone, for attending this session. It was a real pleasure having you all here. And let me say thanks to our panelists. Please a round of applause to them. So thank you very much. It was a pleasure to hear all these initiatives that are taking place in the continent. And we are all looking forward. For the interest of time, I think this is just the beginning of discussion. So let's just keep on for the next 3, 4, 4 days, 5 days that will be here. Please let's interact and let's see how we can connect the unconnected in Africa and make sure that we have a universal and meaningful connectivity in the continent. With that, thank you very much. And as you're going out, please make sure you register to the attendance. My colleague Adiam will be there. So please make sure you register. That will help us to make sure that we send the presentation and everything to you. So once more, thank you very much. It was a pleasure having you here. Thank you very much to our panelists.
say Poland, and also virtually online. Actually, if tech can give me permission to share screen, if you can give me permission to share screen, I can share. My name is Jennifer. I should be in the room. If that's possible. If not, I'm happy to just go through very quickly. Oh, that is not me. I don't know what happened here. Can we have this back on? Oh, okay. But I'm still not able to share. Well, in the meantime, as they're fixing that, just a brief recap of last year's summary record. It was in Katowice. We had a EC election last year where we welcomed 2 new EC members. Amrita Chowdhury over there. Ooh, maybe we can just go back to the. It may be a little too difficult. Let's go back there. Yeah. Oh, perfect. Okay, now we have Zoom. That's great. Let me just bring this up and talk through as I share. Give me 1 second. And the second EC member we welcomed for last year's election was Henriette Esterhuizen. She sends her apologies. She's actually currently moderating the youth summit at the same time, so she sends her apologies, and she, also the best wishes for our General Assembly. We also went through and see, I'm not sharing. No, I don't believe. Yes, I'm going to get to that. So one of our EC members, Brian Cute, had to step down from the executive committee because he had a new job, which then had a COI to our mission. And subsequently, we invited the third candidate who received the most amount of votes in the 2021 elections to join the executive committee, and her name is Fiona Afanga. I don't believe she is here with us today either, but she is also been a very upstanding member in our community, has been doing a lot of work in the EC as well. Still not able to find the share button. I'm sorry about that. Give me 1 second. Okay, so I'm still not able to share, but I'll just finish the wrap up for this. We also had going through the activity report of last year as well as the financial budgets. 2021, we had Jimson, who I think might have been in the room earlier, but is not. Oh, there he is, Jimson, who was our treasurer in the year before. He prepared the financial reports. And then we also, as a whole, as a General Assembly with the members, adopted the annual budget as well as the going forward budget for this year. For fundraising, there were several points suggested by IGFSA members last year. Am I able to share screen yet? Let me try. If I'm able to share screen, you can go through as I'm. You'll be able to see. And it will show up momentarily. Perfect. So there was some points that was discussed in the fundraising portion, which I would anticipate that we will also have this year. There was a point raised that we could consider looking at funding for schools of internet governance. There was some fundraising outreach activities that Chris Mondini very kindly undertook with Brian Cute last year to create a value proposition to look at expanding the donor base for IGFSA, which is always a very important item. And then, of course, we had Vint, who is here in the room with us as well, announcing a pledge on behalf of Google, a very, very generous pledge on behalf of Google via the Tides Foundation to go to the IGF operation and via, the small grants that we give to the separate NRI requests that we receive and youth IGF requests that we receive throughout the year. Finally, I think Marcus, our chair, noted that it might have been possible to schedule a brainstorming session on fundraising. We weren't able to actually do that last year because of various logistical problems, but we're hoping also perhaps to be able to do it this year. And then finally, there was a small change of articles of association based on the recommendation of the EC last year. The small change was to note that the IGFSA has currently Secretariat services provided by .Asia organization. The modification is basically to remove the line item that would show Internet Society as the Secretariat. So it was very minor administrative change. And that concludes my summary of the of last year's summary record.
Thank you, Jennifer, also for congratulating you for mastering the technical challenges with the screen sharing. Are there any comments on the summary record of last week General Assembly? Additions, correct? Yes, please, Mr. Surf.
This is just a question about the current state of finances. So as we go into calendar 2023, do we get a sense for what you have available?
Thank you. That will be part of the following agenda items, financial report and also budget. If not, then can I take it, if there are no comments and no objections, that we can approve for the record the summary record of last year's General Assembly as submitted to the membership, and that will be posted accordingly on the website. So I take it as there are no comments, that there is agreement and it is so decided. So we have approval of the summary record of last year's General Assembly. With that, we come to the next agenda item, Executive Committee election, which we have shared with the membership with two members of the Executive Committee, Eduardo Santoyo and myself, come to the end of their second term. We have term limitations in our bylaws, 2 times 3 years. So we opened up the election procedure. There were no statements of interest delivered within the deadline we had given, so there is nothing really to add here, unless somebody present in the room would like to declare their interest. We could at a later stage have an election, do that in an online procedure, but right now we cannot do that, as we would have to have some time to consider a candidacy. Our bylaws are flexible. We don't have a fixed number of members. It says it should be at least 5 and not more than 9 members. With Eduardo's retirement from the Executive Committee, we have a little bit of a hole in the Latin American region, so it would be nice if we could have a candidate from that part of the world, from the Gulag part of the world. So I would kindly encourage you to think about it. If somebody on the spot can say, yes, I'm interested, we could take notice and, as I said, not proceed to the election now, but prepare an online procedure for that. If not, we can still leave that open and get back to it subsequently. Is there anyone who has questions, comments on this agenda item, or would like to declare the interest to serve on the Executive Committee?
Yeah, my name is Kashif Adil, and currently I am serving as a board member for Asia, and I'm from the Asia Pacific region, currently residing in Gulf in Oman, and I'm very much interested in being part of the committee and taking things forward.
Okay, note has been taken, and as I said, we can start an online process. We don't need to have physical elections right now here. The only condition is that you need to have paid your membership fee, that you have to be a member in good standing. But, any other declaration of interest? Again, specifically, I'm looking at people from the Gulag region. Flavio, any interest? Maybe.
Yeah, it looks I am the only one from the Grulak region here. I am in good standing. I could volunteer, yeah.
That would be excellent. Not only in good standing, but you're an excellent candidate. And it would be great to have somebody from. Okay, so we do have two candidates for two open seats, and I think I would leave that to my successor as a chair of the executive committee and with the secretariat to formalize the process in an online procedure. But I think this would be excellent that we can fill, and also for the geographical distribution, this is one important aspect, that we have diversity in our executive committee. Thank you for that. Then we can go to the next agenda item, that is adoption of the contents of the reports and financial statements for the year. Again, back to Jennifer and also to our treasurer, Nigel. Jennifer first, please.
Thank you, Marcus. Now everything is showing online, which is great. Let's see if I can stop share and do a new share. So the annual report from 2021 to 2022, this was also shared with the membership through the mailing list. There has been a very small adjustment on the list of the NRIs that was supported, because although the EC has approved and the funding to Moldova IGF, they actually had some technical and logistical difficulties being able to actually hold their meeting. So we informed them that we were happy to have them submit again when they finally do prepare the actual meeting for Moldova IGF. Okay, so briefly going through the report, this is just a recap of my previous recap of the General Assembly that was held in the Katowice IGF. So we also called for a moment of silence because one of our former EC members, Makan Faye, had unfortunately and very sadly passed away in 2021. So we did hold a moment of silence for him then, and it's appropriate to mention again here since we are in his home continent. He was a pillar of the community here, and we held in very high esteem. I've already mentioned that we've had the two new candidates, Ms. Amrita Chaudhary and also Ms. Henriette Esterhuizen, and also we also welcome Ms. Fiona Asonga to the IGFSA EC. Here you can see the full EC that's constituted here. I'm going to go over the line a little bit. So we have Eduardo. This is the full EC that we had for 2021 to 2022. I'm not going to go through all their names. You should already know them all here. This year we've had 8 meetings over the course of this year. We've also had separate individual committee meetings that were convened to talk about expanding the donor base, and also we had a call with an expert in the private sector, kind of talking about how private sector and big tech think about their philanthropy, and also how we're able to target our messaging to be able to create more space here for them to contribute to the IGF as a whole, as well as IGFSA. It's been a little bit of an uphill climb here. I think the EC has done very good work this year to try to get some inroads in the network there. I think we'll hear more from Chris Mondini if he's online, and also other EC members in the fundraising category of our General Assembly. We have the secretariat, which is responsible for the administrative and day-to-day functions of IGFSA, that's currently being performed by myself and also .Asia organization. We still have our accountant, who is based in Switzerland. He is Michael Parrott. He's the one who helped us prepare the financial reports, which we'll see later. And here we have the membership categories. We haven't changed since our founding. We have 2 categories of membership. One is the individual membership, which is with an annual membership dues of $25 US. And then the other is the organizational membership with the annual membership dues of $100 US. In this year, we have 3 new individual members and 1 organizational member who joined the association, which brings our total registered members to 260. Here you see the names of our new members below. I won't read them out. And then there's a brief mention here in the paragraph of the activity report on fundraising. So in 2022, IGFSA received contributions from Google via the Tides Foundation of the amounts. I mean, this is the net amount that we received. It's $99,090 US dollars. Sorry about that. Can't read numbers. From ICANN, we received 30,078 US dollars. From the NRO, we received $48,950. And then we also received from membership fees, which is not really constitute of a very big amount as a primary source of funding. We did receive $1,125 as regular membership dues and individual donations. We'll have a detailed breakdown later when we look at the financial report. For the budget and allocation of funds, we have agreed in the 2017 General Assembly that we would be prioritizing the NRI requests that we receive. We have this year received and approved 3 regional and sub-regional IGFs, 10 national initiatives, and then also 4 youth initiatives. And this brings the total contributed for these requests in 2022 to 26,000 US dollars. And then this brings us to the cumulative total that IGF has given to the NRIs and youth NRIs to date to 525,000 US dollars. If I can move to the projected funding allocation for 2023, you'll take a look at the financial situation later when we go to the financial reports, but this is just a rough estimate of funding that we will be allocating in 2023, also subject to, of course, the financial health of the IGFSA accounts and situation as well. So for UN IGF Trust Fund, we have for the past several years contributed 10,000 US dollars annually to them. Our projected, oh goodness, that's very interesting. Okay, thank you very much. I'll just go on when you can fix the display. For the national, sub-regional, regional, and youth IGS, we're projecting quite a generous sum of 70,000 US dollars. I think we're anticipating more requests coming in next year because every year there will be additional new NRIs, youth initiatives, as well as sub-regional and regional initiatives popping up, which is also very healthy for the NRI ecosystem as a whole, as well as the general IGF ecosystem. So we will have that projected. For accessibility, which is the captioning, website accessibility and improvements, we will be projecting an allocation of 20,000 US dollars. This will include the captioning that we currently already support for the MAG meetings, for the NRI meetings, and I believe also for the dynamic coalitions, if I'm not wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. And also for the IGF website, they've requested, an allocation to maintain the accessibility standards and I think the whatever technology that they're currently using on their website. So this is maintenance fee for the IGF official website. And then we have the projected administrative expenses, which is the secretariat fees, the banking fees, and our accountant fees of 20,000 US dollars. I think I've mentioned already the contribution to the trust fund. A contribution of 10,000 US dollars was given to the UN Trust Fund this year, which brings our cumulative total to 310,000 US dollars to date. Okay, now we get to the funding requests that we received this year and have approved. This year we received 3 requests for the regional and sub-regional initiatives. The first is the, I believe it's Central Asian IGF, and Eurodig, and the third being the East African IGF. The asterisk you see right now there is because it's currently still being processed and in progress right now. The following national IGFs were approved to and received funding: the IGF Cameroon, FGI Benin, Comoros IGF, Kenya IGF, Armenia IGF, Liberia IGF, Guatemala IGF, Ukraine IGF, who actually just had their meeting, I think, several days ago under very difficult circumstances, South Sudan IGF, and Uganda IGF. The following youth IGFs were also approved to support funding. Youth IGF Ukraine also happened a few days ago under quite difficult circumstances. Youth IGF Georgia, Youth IGF Bangladesh, and Youth IGF India. We have the IGF contingency funds, which would be, I think, in the projected administrative fees. So that's probably looking at the $20,000 US, the projected funding allocation for 2023. And then for accessibility funding, the contribution from Google in previous years have been earmarked, but not this year, for enhancing the accessibility of the IGF. This is used to provide real-time transcription for the MAG, for the dynamic coalitions, for the NRIs, and we're also supporting, like I said before, the operational costs of the collaborative and accessible, sorry about that, linguistics in the new IGF website. Finally, we come to the outreach and communications. This year, we have continued to have a small group within the EC to look at value proposition for donors. There's been various targeted efforts, messages, and presentations made to different stakeholder groups. Several of them targeted private sector as well as the domain name industry. I believe both Brian Cute and Chris Mandini thereafter did present to the registry stakeholder group within ICANN to, first of all, introduce them to the subject of NRIs and how they are important to the IGF ecosystem, as well as looking at how some of the registries, some of the large registries already do support some NRIs in their region or in their country, and for them to also consider looking at supporting it through IGFSA, since we do place a priority on funding requests that come from developing countries as well as the Global South. So these would be the NRIs and youth initiatives that are not already covered by the IGF Secretariat grants that they do every year. Finally, there was a dedicated communication messaging sent via the IGF Secretariat to let the network that they hold know more about the IGFSA's work and how they support the IGF ecosystem and also the NRIs as a whole. And I think that is it for the, oh, here we go again. Okay, I see. That might be the case. So I'll stop here for any questions and I'll hand it back to Marcus.
Thank you for this comprehensive.
And again, first of all, in your report, when you listed the national IGFs and the youth IGFs, you had some asterisks on the on some of the listed ones like South Sudan and Uganda. What did the asterisks mean, since the report didn't explain?
Sorry about that. I should have included that in the line. It's currently in progress, so we are currently communicating with them, and they're sending us invoicing and real processing.
Thank you. The second
by encompassing countries outside of Europe, so that explains it.
Understood. The second question has to do with, you have a budget allocation, but what that, does that mean that you actually have in hand the $120,000 that the budget allocation implies?
Yes, thank you very much, Nigel. We'll come on to the financial statement in a minute, but yes, we projected spend for next year. Will we be able to do that within the assets? Sandra, what is yours?
Thank you very much, Markus. My name is Sandra Hoferichter. I'm asking as the coordinator of the European Summer School on Internet Governance. In the activity report, there was one item that there was a discussion about to which extent schools on Internet governance could or should be supported by, I understood particularly the funds that Google is pledging into this, Google via the TIDE group, but I don't see any earmarked budget in the 2023 budget for this.
I'm asking because for a coordinator of the European Summer School, Google was in the past a direct sponsor, and if this money goes now via the IGFSA, which is, I think, a good move and understandable, we should have clarity to which extent schools on internet governance are eligible to apply via the IGFSA for funds that in the past we or others as well have possibly received directly from Google. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this question. It's an excellent question. The executive committee has discussed this at the time, decided not to provide funding to summer schools on internet governance, but this was a decision applying for then that may well be opened in the future. A decision was taken because we had a difficult time budget-wise. We also had to change our banking relations, but now the funding looks more stable, and this is something the executive committee might wish to reconsider. But as I said, it was a decision taken at the time, but not for the future. It's not cast in iron. Are there other questions, comments? Yes, Avri, also former executive committee member. Please, Avri.
Yeah, thank you, Avri Doria. Just a quick question. When you list participants, is there are they all paid up members? Are they all members in good standing, or is it anyone who was ever a member, whether they're in good standing or not? Thanks.
Thank you, Avi, for the question. I'm assuming you're meaning the up to 260 registered members. Yes, there are members to date. They're not all members who are in good standing. In good standing are members who have paid up for the particular calendar year, which I believe we have. I don't have the number we have on right now. I think it's around 25 to 26 people who are paid up.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? Oh, yes, Amrita.
Thank you. I think for many of the members, they are not sure that they have to renew paying the fees to be members of good standing. So we were thinking from the EC that we may want to send a reminder to all the members to pay their fees, because even I was not aware that you have to renew it each year because there's no reminder coming.
Thank you. Excellent comment. Yes, it's always worthwhile, but I think it's a problem many associations face. It's sometimes difficult to chase after the members to remind them that there is an annual membership fee. If there are no other comments, then I would suggest we go to the financial statement. Oh, sorry, there was a... Okay. We have a request.
Okay. My name is Peter King. For the record, I entered a little bit late. I just want to commend the IGFS for their role they are playing in terms of strengthening the NRIs, and I would like to commend the ECs and everybody that was able to assist Liberia in terms of strengthening this year edition of the IGF. So I came a little bit late, but then I just had to take this opportunity to stand in person, thanks to helping NRIs like in this developing country like Liberia to be able to host the event successfully.
Thank you for that comment, and it's always welcome to receive positive feedback and to know that it actually has an impact. I often said it's a little bit like seed money to give, and so that something can happen which otherwise might not happen. Please, and also introduce yourself.
Yes, my name is Naza Nicholas Karama. I am the currently coordinator for the Tanzania IGF, and as you go along with the meeting, we would also like to get a clarification on the conditions for applying for those who would like to apply for the funding. I think it is important for those who are applying, whether online, I think it is online, to know the criteria, first of all, and second, if they apply and they do not, for some reason, qualify, I think it is also important for the IGFSA to to write a letter saying you didn't qualify for this specific reason. I think it is a polite for those who are struggling from the sites out in the field to get this information, this critical information to their local constituencies about the internet governance, to to know that their efforts have been recognized when they apply, and they do not qualify, they also appreciate that way. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I thought that our website was sufficiently clear, but maybe it's not, and I would also like to ask the Secretary to look into that. But essentially, it's very simple. We only provide fundings to NRIs that have been recognized by the IGF Secretariat and that are in good standing with the IGF Secretariat. That is, they have provided a report of their last meeting, provided an annual report, and so on. So the process is very simple. Whenever we have a request, we ask the IGF Secretariat and ask Anya in particular, you know her all, whether she can say, yes, this request is from an NRI in good standing. If she says yes, then normally the executive committee approves it. And yes, we can always improve also the communication with those who are maybe to guide them to make sure in a nice way that they provide all the elements and documentation that necessary, that they have a functioning website and so on. Does that answer your question? Okay, thank you. And there was another request for the floor, please.
Yes, my name's Grace Singabire. I'm the coordinator of the Rwanda IGF. So I'm happy to be here. This is my first global IGF, and I'm interested to be a member of the IGF association. So if I can, I don't know who I can talk to, probably offline or after this meeting. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that, and it's always nice to welcome new members of the association. Thank you. And there's another request, yes.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Abdi Jalil Bashar Bong, so I'm coordinator of the National IGF of Chad. So thank you for IGF. I think that is a place to congratulate them what you have done, because it's very difficult during the COVID to assist or to help to support the NRIs. So thank you and congratulations about that. So I have a reflections that now there's emerging School of Internal Governance. So I saw that there's some of our leader of a DC there here. So the reflection is that how to incorporate the School of Internal Governance to receive the fund, because nowadays in our different countries, there's emerging of School of Internal Governance is the only way that we are seeing people emerging in the IG ecosystem. So I think that we need to take this in the account in our planification of next year. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. And I
For
think
communication also, I need to add before, when Mary Lane says there, so we receive a lot of things about communication. So we need to see, no, you are doing a lot of things. Congratulations for that. But communication thing, you need to review that and to add. I cannot say English also for not speaking also. So you need to try sometimes to translate it. So we are doing with the Google. Congratulations for the Google, but but you need to do another language also. It's very important, very key, because as we are moving and second level of IG ecosystem. Thank you.
thank you for these comments. They're all very helpful.
Is the application can you apply anytime? I mean, is it anytime?
Well, no, yes, you can anytime, but we strongly recommend that you do it as soon as possible, not just last minute. You do it
Okay.
2 days before the meeting, that would be too late. We need also some time to process it. And also, if you want the funds in time, the sooner you make the request, the better, because the transfer of funds usually can also take some time. And as we saw in the report with these NRIs listed with an asterisk because there were problems with the financial transaction. So the sooner you apply, the better. But we said 4 weeks would be preferred as a minimum, not shorter than that. And it's in your interest, if you want the funds in time, to help you to organize the meeting. If it comes after the meeting, it's sometimes difficult.
Thank you for answering my stupid question.
Are there other questions? Jess?
Perhaps I could.
Yes, please. Nigel.
Yes, perhaps I just make a comment on what you said. Yes, I mean we welcome applications in good time. That allows us to assess them. As a committee, we rarely turn down applications. We're here to support the national and regional initiatives, and we want to be very supportive of them. And we have been, both the youth part of the national IGFs and the regional IGFs. But of course, we do look at the applications, and we feel it's an obligation on us as a committee to look at the applications, because we have limited funds at the moment. As we'll explain, we're able to project that we'll be able to support the applications that come to us in 2023. But we're not, if you like, out to support initiatives that perhaps are really well funded and have, great sponsors, and that's excellent if you have that. But we'll obviously, in terms of our financial support, we'll be looking to support everyone we can, but we'll be focusing clearly on those that need the support. Thank you.
Thank you, Nigel. With that, can we move on? And essentially, I would ask you then to approve the activity report as presented by Jennifer. I will do it by assuming that we have a tacit agreement, as there is no objection. And as there is no objection, I take it that the activity report has been approved as proposed. It is so decided, and it will be posted on the website. And with that, we come to the financial statement. And again, I pass on the floor to our treasurer. Nigel, can you present?
Can we please allow the Zoom room to be shown on screen? I'm sharing screen right now. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and certainly I'll be brief, as this is perhaps not the most important part. But first of all, very much thanks to the contributions that we've received this year, which were noted in the annual report. Thanks to the Ties Foundation, thanks to Google, thanks to Vint for facilitating this. Thank you also to ICANN and the NROs for their support in this regard. So in terms of in terms of this sheet, perhaps we can start at the in terms of total assets. You can see the total assets we've got. This is in Swiss francs. For those that don't know Swiss francs, I mean they're not quite as much as dollars, but I suppose near the dollar mark. And if we go up, so that's the total assets and the net assets, 2009, 1,000. There's some liabilities. The liabilities are clearly those that we're funds that are still to be allocated. And so if we go further down to the total revenues, So the 178 here, or 179. Sorry, I've got a different figure here. There is 178 to 179 is the revenues, and you can see that the revenues come from membership fees of 840 and the contributions which we've just noted. And of course, one thing that has been said already is that we're very keen to, if you like, broaden the donor base. We're very keen to have more members, both corporate members and individual members, because not only does this broaden the financial base, but I think it gives, or the executive committee, we think it gives us a broader a sort of base of legitimacy to an extent in terms of the funding we get and then the funding we disperse. So if we go further down to the 32,000 figure, that's the total expenditure that's been mentioned already to an extent. That's made up of the grants that we give, the 20,000 up there, and the different fees. So no entertainment at all. You'll be pleased to know. Bank fees, professional fees, the transcription services, etc. So if we go further down, if we may. So the total expenses, as I said, 32,000, and then if we go right down to the bottom, we see the 2009 figure again there in terms of the funding, balance. So that's the sort of statement of the financial position, as you saw in the overall report. The different NRIs that we supported during the last year in 2022 up to 15th of November, and of course we're projecting to be able to fund more. I mean, we fund as the applications come in, as I said, and we're obviously encouraging through our newsletter, through our outreach activities, for IGFs to come forward to us. So I think I'll stop there, but willing to take questions.
Thank you for that. And just an explanation, there's sometimes strange figures from our donors, sort of 29,700, whatever. It means there were banking fees involved. Usually the donors give us a round figure, but it looks then a bit strange, just as an explanation. Are there any questions to the financial, as regards the financial statement? Yes, please, Vint.
So just for clarity, oh, I see I've got two microphones now. That'll be fun. I'll hold you all hostage. Just for clarity then, you're starting, roughly speaking, starting the new year with 147,000 Swiss francs, not counting the balance of the fund, separating that out, and your budget is 120,000 roughly. So you are not planning to overspend relative to what you currently have available. You could survive for a year without any further contributions. Not that I'm encouraging that, I'm just making the observation. So that's good fiscal management that you have a runway of well over, well, not well over, but you have a runway of about a year, maybe a year and a quarter at the current planned budget. Am I interpreting this correctly?
Yeah. Yes. Thank you very much, Vint. I mean, as we've said before, we're, the committee's in a position where we're demand led, if you like, to an extent, and we encourage that demand, in that it's really excellent to see the proliferation of the national and regional initiatives, and we recognise that as we come out of the pandemic, as things go onto a more stable footing, then perhaps there will be more physical meetings arranged during 2022, which we'll fund. And as Vince said, our projections are conservative, perhaps, but as our chair said, if the demand is there, then as long as they're appropriate requests, we'll certainly endeavour to to meet them. And of course, as we go forward, we're dependent on our donors, and we, as I say, want to broaden the donor base. But we're extremely grateful for the contributions we give. Perhaps I ought to just I ought to have said that give thanks to our accountant Michael Parrott, who we work with closely in approving all these funds. It's not trivial where you're dealing with banks in different countries and different currencies and aspects like that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And one brief comment also on what Nigel said about broadening the donor base. It's also the message we get from some of our biggest contributors. They are more comfortable if they're not the only ones. They would like to see that, the broadening of our donor base. But please.
Lee McKnight, Syracuse University. Good to be back. Good to see you, Marcus, and other friends. I just have a comment. Could you just scroll back up a little bit? Above. Yeah, okay. 2021, 2020. No, you have the same. I think there's a typo, right? So before you approve the budget, you should note the typo. And I'm done with my professorial correction.
Thank you for that. It's always good to be meticulous with numbers and figures. Yes.
Oh, sorry. One of those dates was the end of 2021, and then the other one was as of 15 November. So that should be 22, you're right.
With these corrections, can I take it that we can approve the financial statements as submitted? I see nodding in the room and I see no objections, so I take it the statement has been approved and it is so decided, and we will post it accordingly on the website with these corrections. Thank you, and thank you for noticing this. It's always very welcome to have additional careful eyes.
Thank you.
Right, the next item on the agenda would be approval of the annual budget based upon a recommendation by the Executive Committee. Chris Mondini had agreed to introduce that item, but I can't see him. Oh, Chris is, oh yes, of course, he's remotely, he's not physically here. Can we? While they are trying to sort that out, to give Chris the floor, I can also say Jennifer mentioned the difficulties the Ukraine IGF had when they held a meeting last week, just really difficult. And Oksana also sent me an email. She was unable to log in and she would have loved to be here, send her greetings, but due to the difficulties they face in a war zone, it also affects the internet. She was very grateful for our support. But with that, Chris, can we give you the floor? Please.
Just checking. Do you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Excellent.
Oh, lovely. My name's Chris Mondini. My day job is with ICANN. I am a proud member of this executive committee of IGFSA, and very sorry I can't be with you. I just wanted to make a couple of comments which really echo those that have been made already, and that's about the importance of fundraising. And it's important for a number of reasons. One is for our sustainability and our resilience, and to give stakeholders an opportunity to have a real stake in the good work of the association. The second happy reason is that demand is increasing in the post-pandemic environment. We see new national IGFs. We see a number of IGFs adding a youth component. And so we're very pleased to see that the desired effect of this support is being demonstrated. And then finally, as we judge the comment that Nigel just made, is we're not complacent. We recognize we do have a healthy financial situation for the months ahead, and we want to use that opportunity to really make the most of broadening and making more diverse the funding base. And a lot of that is, as mentioned earlier, we went to players in the internet ecosystem with help from Brian Cute. We addressed registries and registrars, and we learned in some cases that though they are not giving directly to the IGFSA, at least one registry is using the IGFSA's decisions on supporting NRIs to make their own decisions on supporting them directly. And I will say also, with many thanks to Amrita, Henriette, other members of this executive committee, we are in communication with a number of business stakeholders, corporates who are considering contributions. We have a lot of material explaining the value proposition for diverse stakeholder categories, particularly business. We're happy to share that with those of you that are in a position to introduce us to maybe an employer or a company you might see in the corridors at the IGF this week. We would be delighted to talk to anybody about how their contributions go to work for this ecosystem that we're all here to support. And then finally, I would say the spectrum ranges from these corporates, global companies, to your contributions as members and individuals as members. And you will see more direct appeals, a judicious number of direct emails to IGF mailing lists and other stakeholders we know have an interest in our work, to encourage them to visit the website, make a contribution, and again, broaden the base of and categories of stakeholders that feel they have a stake in the work of the organization. So I really just wanted to highlight that while we're delighted to have a good basis of what I would call foundational contributors, we are looking at every category of contributor and looking for your help with leads, introductions, and ideas on how we can continue to broaden that base to make it sustainable. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Chris, for this contribution. And you actually already went to the following agenda item, that is fundraising, but it's very closely linked, of course. The regular agenda item, so to speak, was approval of the annual budget based upon a recommendation by the executive committee. And we have not, it's not exact science because our budget depends very much on the contributions we receive, but I think it was already included in the presentation of the summary statement of the financial statement for the year, that we intend to continue like that and give our priority to the NRIs as we feel that's where we have most impact. And what we heard from members here in the room seems to confirm that that really is welcome. It helps the NRIs to get off the ground. And we will continue again to give a contribution to the UN IGF Trust Fund, as that is also gives us as an association also legitimacy that we are a recognized donor with the United Nations. Are there comments to these amalgamated agenda items, the budget and the fundraising? Please, Vince. Yes.
So it's Vince Cerf again. One thing I would urge the IGFSA to consider is summarizing the activities that should get support, generally speaking. And so here I'm thinking about the NRIs, I'm thinking about the schools that we heard about earlier. There are a broad range of activities that are related to the IGF And we should be drawing attention to potential funders of all of those activities, quite independent of what you're able to fund on your own as a support association. I think drawing attention to these kinds of opportunities for a broad range of support would be very helpful and to be in keeping with your charter.
Thank you for this. It's a very helpful suggestion. And I would also like to underline that with Windsurf, he has the chair of the leadership panel, which is to work very closely with the IGF. And in that sense, a very important advocate for also the IGFSA activities. And it's a very helpful suggestion. Are there other comments? Please.
Just to add, we were also thinking of updating our website with the details of whom we've been funding so far, year-wise, and so that, you know, the website is, people get more information when they come here, and we could also have it sent to potential donors. So, because this is one feedback which Chris and us, we got from donors, that where have you been spending the money, what have you been doing? That's also one lesson which Chris mentioned we learned. At least to present it properly to donors, what we've been doing.
Thank you again, a very helpful comment. And I would also like to welcome Fiona, the other executive committee member who has joined us. And I should mention also Joyce, who is with us online, and Chris, you have already seen joining us online. Are there other comments on this? So I take it we get the approval of the membership to continue in this line, and the message I get, and to leave that to the new executive committee members also to consider contributions to the schools on internet governance. That seems to be a strong message I take back from this meeting. With that, I think we can move forward. Oh, there's one more. Yes, Jimson, please.
This is Jimson Olufuye. Yes, just to help our members to understand the process, you said you'll be stepping down as chair. So when we have a new chair, so maybe you could enlighten our members around.
Right. As I would say that under any other business, because I was asked the question now, I can also say that. The suggestion is we do have a quorum of executive committee members, so that we proceed to the election of the new chair of the executive committee immediately afterwards in an open session of the executive committee. We will close the General Assembly and then open the meeting of the executive committee with one agenda item, that will be election of the new chair. But with that, can I ask then the membership to release the executive committee of obligations, that is essentially agree that we have done all according to the bylaws and you are happy with the way and will not go to take a legal action against the board members for their activity. So that is under Swiss law. That is actually the Swiss term they use is discharge of the executive committee, but that has caused a lot of confusion. And then I found the more understandable English term, that is release of obligations of the board. Can I take it that you kindly will release us of our obligations? And I see people nodding, and I don't see anyone standing up and disagreeing. So I take it we have agreement of the membership on this release of obligation, which is, as I said, important under Swiss law. If you have to present the annual report, people will look at whether we have done that. And with that, I come to any other business. One item would be that to announce the for the holding of an executive committee session immediately afterwards. I already done that. Are there any other items? Anyone of Joyce or Jennifer? Yes, please.
Yes, thank you, Marcus. Can we please show slide 8? that can be possible. I mean, there's already a preview in the Zoom room if you're already in the Zoom room. But if you're not already in the Zoom room, of course. Of course. There you go. So that is, we would like to present special thanks to our outgoing chair, Marcus Coomer, who has been with the IGFSA since its founding.
Thank you.
He has held many roles in the internet governance ecosystem, but specific to the IGFSA, he started as the secretary, and then we elected 2 chairs for 2 full terms, and we will miss you very, 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 very sorely, Marcus. We hope you stay on to advise us on all the things we need advice on, but many very special thanks to Marcus, and a round of applause, please.
Well, thank you very much for that, and very appreciative of this kind of support. And also, obviously, our thanks go to Eduardo, the colleague who is also stepping down now, comes to the end of his 2nd term. With that, then, if there's nobody else for the floor, we can then come to the closure of the General Assembly. So I declare closed the General Assembly 22, and I open a meeting of the Executive Committee. We have established that we have a quorum. We have Nigel, Fiona, Amrita, Wisdom, and online we have Chris and Joyce. Henriette cannot be with us, but she had made it clear who her preference as a new chair would be, and I'm very happy to introduce Amrita as a candidate, and I propose that the Executive Committee approve her as a new chair by acclamation. With that, I'm happy to step down and hand over the microphone to Amrita.
Marcus is, as I said, his entire thing is very difficult to kind of keep up to, as in, I've been pushed into it by Marcus and Adriette. But I look at all your support in terms of strengthening it, IGFSA, and I have a lot to learn, and Marcus has to be around. He can't just run away from things. Yes, and as Chris mentioned, we need to look at more donors, and we need your support to actually reach out to people also, because many times you all know a lot more people. If you can also tell us whom we should go to, as in we will definitely try, but that would also help. Even small donations are good. If we also want to help the SIGs and others, we would definitely need more money. And we thank the donations coming from Google, ICANN, and the NROs, but others are also welcome. So we look forward to working together. And Marcus, you have to be there. And we need a group photograph, Jen, all of us. Yes, we need to close the meeting, and any feedbacks, any things which you find is not suitable or needs improvement, please let us know anytime. You want?
I think this is quite important. Thank you so much for all that you've done. In our association, we have a protocol. We retain the past chair, just as you mentioned, just to retain the institutional memory. Marcus is loaded. So I don't know what kind of readjustment we need to do, but I want to propose that we should have a kind of a standard of retaining the chair. Thank you. In advisory role. Thank you.
I was just going to add to what Jameson was saying, to standard practice in terms of corporate governance. The previous chair, you don't just leave, but you're retained on an advisory capacity. So you don't vote per se, but you don't count as quorum, but you guide on issues. Thank you. Thanks for accepting.
Yes, he has no choice.
I second for him to accept. So it should be on record.
Yes.
Well, I'm happy. As I said to Amrita, I don't want to be a backseat driver, but I'm happy to be to give advice whenever I'm asked for. But I don't want to provide advice unless asked for. And anyway, I do understand that Amrita would like to a picture of. Okay. But you also need a picture without me. Everybody forward. Well, I don't know. I think it's okay. It's okay. And I would like to ask Windsurf to come up here also. It's very important to have your picture with us to show to people that the important people take us seriously. Please all, let's try and find.
Edmund, come in. We all should be there, no? I think you all have to come in front. I have to sit down. Just sit down, sit down, sit down, sit down. Just sit down.
The tall ones in the back,
Yeah.
smaller ones.
I'm just telling, sit down.
Yes.
But how long will people smile?
Thank you very much.
Nice job,
I
Marcus.
don't know what I've got into.
Thank you.
Nice job.
Thank you.
And congratulations.
Marcus, I don't know what I've got into. But I don't know.
Nice meeting you. So your name is? Kashif. Okay.
Put in a mail.
You are which country are you from?
I'm from Pakistan, but I
Pakistan.
live in Oman.
Okay.
He's a global citizen.
Global citizen. Okay. Well, very nice meeting you.
But why didn't you apply when the elections were on?
I doesn't know, like, since
Well,
admin
Jennifer is very.
joining
I mean, we need to have an online process. Jennifer is very good at that. Let's say hello. Hello. How are you? How are you doing? So that's done. That's done. That's done. So you finished your, well, they didn't.
check, check. Yeah. Check. Yeah. Check. Yeah. Check. One, two.
Yes. This works. Okay, now I'll repeat everything I said. Thank you very much. I'm just going to ask colleagues, technicians in the background to start the Zoom session. Can you start the Zoom session, please? Thank you. So I was just saying, I spoke to some of the colleagues. Just for the record, the lunch here in Addis at the venue starts now. It ends around the scheduled hour for this session. So colleagues asked me to compromise between this meeting and lunch. So we keep this short and concise, and then you still have time to go and get your lunch, because you know where the lunch area is. It takes a little bit of walking. So I think let's maybe do that if you agree. And then, as I said, I think all of us are here the whole week, and we can meet one-on-one directly whenever it works for you, only not tomorrow until noon, well, until 2 p.m. Anytime, one-on-one directly, or we can also meet in groups, smaller groups, or even in a big collective group, maybe on Thursday or Friday when everything is more relaxed. Plus, we have our main session on Friday, so we definitely are going to see each other there. And then maybe we can have an informal gathering after the main session. My wish would be that we have some informal, maybe dinner or get together on some of the days during this week, so we can have a pleasant chat. So let's maybe try to coordinate that through our WhatsApp group. But for now, just for the sake of our online participants, and I want to see who from our colleagues are here. Okay, we have 19 colleagues that are here, and I hope that colleagues could hear what I said. So we're going to keep this session very, very short, just because colleagues here at Addis on site can then go to make it for lunch. And then we're going to probably have some informal also gatherings here in Addis. I'll be also free to write on that WhatsApp group, and maybe you can have lunch or dinner all together and just chat about what we want to do next year. But you know, we planned this session for a couple of weeks before Addis, and the idea was to discuss a little bit about the sustainability of the NRIs. So maybe in the next couple of minutes, we could orient our comments really toward concrete actions that could be done from the side of you, from the side of the Secretariat, but also broader from the side of the donors to the NRIs on the international level, but also on regional and local levels, who's missing in those actions and how do we reach them. And then another part was about contributing to the current processes which are underway on the international scene. One is Global Digital Compact consultations. Some of the NRIs already took initiative there, and they're preparing organized response to the GDC. I think Eurodig, I saw Italian IGF as well. And there is also VISIS plus 20 consultations coming our way. I think that's also extremely important for us. Informally, I'm glad Marcus is here. We had a couple of informal chats, but I know Marcus will allow me to share this. We were really discussing in the context of the VISIS plus 20 and everything that has changed, or everything that's been achieved from the origin of VISIS until today. Probably the biggest achievement relates to the NRIs in the IGF context, because everything is organic, everything is growing in terms of numbers, but most importantly in terms of the quality. And I refer primarily to the fact that the NRIs are really much, much more about 1, 2, or 3 days annually of their annual meetings. There are many capacity development initiatives that are associated with the NRIs. I often cite Barak and Kenyan IGF and your collaboration with the parliament there. I think I was using you everywhere as a case of really excellent practice that exists, and I hope that we can all learn from that and maybe follow that example. So with that, I wish to welcome also our online colleagues. We'll keep this very, very short. We will hear a few inputs from the room in Addis and then from you in Zoom. Special welcome to our Bangladesh remote hub. Thank you to Bobon and other colleagues organizing this collective participation from Bangladesh, and there are also representatives here in person. So the floor is open. The first question is about the sustainability. We would like to hear concrete action points that could go maybe into the report and later orient the NRI's work next year about how to make the NRIs more sustainable. I don't, of course, refer just to the financial sustainability or the financial segment, but also speak about the process sustainability, program sustainability, relevance to the local, but also regional and international political discourse. The floor is yours if you have any inputs, and I'll keep an eye on Zoom. I'll give to Sandra here the floor. Whatever is easier for.
Hello? Okay, I put it here as the open mic so everyone can use it. Okay. Okay, I'm an engineer, but this
Good skills, Sandra.
doesn't work. Okay,
No.
maybe it works like this. No, it doesn't.
He can help.
Okay. What I would like to suggest or encourage other NRIs basically is that I would like to share the experience from the European IGF, where we are organizing a stakeholder consultation on the Global Digital Compact at the moment. And I do believe that participating in global processes is something that is very much expected by the organizers of these global processes, and would of course also help the NRIs to be perceived as something very sustainable, because these are intersessional processes that keep an NRI into play with all the other community members in their region or in their nation. So I do think that if there is a stronger commitment to global processes, might that be the Global Digital Compact as we have it right now, or any other processes around our common agenda or around our the sustainable development goals, I think this would really be something that helps every NRI to be perceived as something that is an ongoing process and more sustainable and not just an event per year. So this would be my recommendation, and if you would like to get some experiences from the European stakeholder consultation, I'm really happy to talk to you bilaterally and just share the experiences as it is running right now. We will, in the Eurodic related session, we will of course also speak about this stakeholder consultation. So I can also link you to that one if you would like. Thanks.
Thank you, Sandra. I can bring the microphone to whoever. It works now. Okay, great. And then you can keep. Whatever is easier.
Oops, you can hear me? All right. My name is Barack Otieno from the Kenya Internet Governance Forum. And speaking on the issue of sustainability, I'm thinking of two key points for consideration by the NRIs, again, based on our experience with the Kenya IGF. I think our challenges are common. And when we speak of sustainability, I think it's important that we consider institutional frameworks that are key in sustaining our national or regional initiatives. And also, we need to also think of financial sustainability. When we think of institutional frameworks, there's the issue of transition from one generation to the other. How do we raise leaders or champions who will carry the agenda and who will also deal with different emerging issues as they arise? And then when it comes to financial sustainability, how do we leverage on the goodwill from the various actors in the community? And how do we remain a going concern, if you may allow me to use that word? Most of the NRIs are either convening IGF processes or have SIGs or schools of internet governance running. How do we monetize these opportunities that are of use? Looking at most of the schools of internet governance, people are using the certificates that are being issued in those schools to actually get jobs or empower themselves to other levels of their livelihoods. So how do the NRIs also benefit from some of these frameworks that they are creating? That is food for thought that I want to share, and I will leave at that. Thank you very much.
Let's hear from Jennifer and then Wisdom, and I'll see if there's somebody online, and then Nazar.
All right, thank you, Anya. My name is Jennifer Chung. I'm going to speak on behalf of the Secretariat for the Asia Pacific Regional IGF. I guess looking at sustainability, I mean, that's a very big topic that we've been discussing both in terms of the multi-stakeholder steering group within APR-IGF as well as the larger APR-IGF community. The first thing we really looked at is, every year since several years ago, we've had a very key output of APR-IGF, which is our synthesis document. It's intended to kind of encapsulate all the highlights and discussions, policy discussions and issues that we have at the meeting every year. This year, our synthesis document was just published on Friday, and we intend to have this as an input to the GDC process, which I believe is ending in March of next year. So that's going to be one of the contributions from the Asia Pacific region specifically to APR-IGF. The second thing on sustainability, of course, our colleagues have already mentioned is funding. We've already had quite extensive discussions within our multi-stakeholder steering group about the sustainability of our regional IGF. There's plenty of national IGFs and sub-regional IGFs within APEC who also have, encountered the same issue and the same problem of funding. This year, we were very, very lucky to be able to be co-hosted and co-located with AP-NIC, and they have been extremely generous with their support, both in terms of the meeting venue as well as all of the logistic issues. They've worked very closely with our community, and that also brings me to looking at it more holistically. NRIs, especially regional ones and also national ones, is always a component of capacity building. We always want to up-level and upskill people who are new to internet governance, to have them understand what the issues are that we discuss, to have them be able to know how to contribute in a substantial way. This is not only for the youth IGF, which we do have, which is very, very key in our region, but also newcomers from all different stakeholders, all walks of life, all different ages. You can be a newcomer as a youth, you can be a newcomer in your mid career and others, and they're still newcomers, and it's very important to include them as well. This year, because we co-located with AP-NIC, we had the benefit of having the technical community take a closer look at what a regional IGF does. It's very interesting because I think there's a lot of talk about how to include stakeholders that are currently missing in our meetings, and I think the technical community is one such stakeholder that we really do need to involve them. They have the know-how and expertise on the underlying systems, the underlying technical capabilities of the internet that we use every day. So them being interested in the policy discussion is also very useful for us to learn from each other. I think it's very good for us to as NRIs to look at trying to include other stakeholders, include missing stakeholders, and looking at it at a more sustainable and holistic way of capacity building and bringing in new blood and retaining this new blood. Because after you train them up, after you build their capacity, what our ideal position is to be able to have these people stay and contribute substantially to our ecosystem. So that's the third part that I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. Those are great examples of good practice. I had a pleasure to be at the APR-IGF this year. It was the first time that I was there, and it was, first of all, very impressive in terms of the quality of discussions, but also organization and the logistics. No, Jennifer is saying that's pretty much also due to the good cooperation with AP-NIC. Thank you. I think we said Wisdom, Lazar.
Yeah, thank you very much, Anja.
There's anyone online. Oh, I'm sorry, Anna. Please, after Abrita, yes.
So can I go ahead?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Wisdom, Ghana IGF. Just to add to Barak's point, I think our various national IGF, especially from Africa, we need to be kind of reflective of the global IGF. It looks like we are disconnecting from the processes. So you find a situation where the national IGF, we just do things anyhow. We don't follow the process. If you have a chair, the chair can be there forever. And I mean, it's becoming a problem. So we need to look at this and then address it. If all of us as a whole can look into this and come up with maybe one common charter or something like that, that everyone can adopt to suit their national IGF so that we all follow. If your term is ended, and then we need to begin that process so that other new people that can also get the opportunity to come in and as well help. So I think this is what I have seen that we need to address, and we need to address it very quickly. Not only the national IGF, that includes the regional IGF as well. So this is my point.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rustam. Let's have Amrita and then Nazar, then Anna.
Thank you, Anya. Amrita Chaudhary, and I'm wearing my IGFSA hat. So IGFSA is going to support the NRIs in the way which we have been doing, the youth and the NRIs. Obviously, what we look forward from you is submitting the applications at the earliest. Don't wait for 4 weeks before submitting. Submit it well in advance with all the information so that we can help you, as much as possible with all the information. So we are here to support the NRI, national IGFs and the youth IGFs, but please put it on time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amrita. Anna? Thank you.
Portuguese initiative of the IGF, that we had our initiative on the 3rd of November, and it was organized on the basis of the themes of this IGF 2022, and bearing in mind that it is already a preparation for the Global Digital Compact, and then we focus on something very, very Portuguese, which is the presence of Portuguese on the internet and in language technologies and implications on internet governance. So the basis was the global IGF, and then we focus on something that is very Portuguese. On the other hand, I would like to inform you that we will have our Portuguese initiative by February next year as a preparation of the Portuguese position that will be submitted to the Global Digital Compact open consultation. So it will be a way to have all the stakeholders involved in the discussion and to prepare the Portuguese governmental response to the open consultation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna. Glad to hear those dynamics. So I think, is it Nazar that wanted? And then I have Nigel here. And then we'll go further to more. And I think that's it.
I think, first of all, I would like to second the submission by Wisdom. I think that is very important because the processes also will make us, grow in terms of the work that we are doing. For example, Tanzania IGF has in it the youth IGF component. So the only way we can be able to bridge the young people into this space is by making sure that we follow the processes of the IGF. And I also second the point about having a charter that can be a guide within our own context. If it is in Europe or it is in Africa, it is in Asia, I think that is critical. The $1 million question is really the sustainability of our NRIs. Maybe in some other quarters, you might have funders who have committed year in, year out to help the NRIs. But for those of us who are receiving like the intermittent, funders, it also spells out the sort of a disaster for the NRIs, because the sustainable NRIs also depends on the funding, because you can't do a meeting calling people, calling the government, calling all these private sectors, and the rest of the multi-stakeholder without having funding. And I mean, I'm talking about the context from Tanzania. If you are talking about the IGF and the picture people paint about the IGF, they think they think that IGF already has money for the local initiative, which in most cases that is not the case. So I think the issue of sustainability really, I do not know how we will be able to address this locally. I know there are big tech companies that are selling a lot of products locally, and they know what IGF is. So my challenge to all of us is, how do we get these big tech companies to fund these initiatives? Because these are important. If you go to Bolivia, the IGF, there are a lot of wonderful things that are happening. Young people are understanding, I think for the first time, what the policy, the ICT policy, mean for the future internet. So do these big tech companies see this as critical? I do not know, but I think we need to challenge ourselves together with the Secretariat to see how we can bring these big tech companies on board. And if we are to organize, Zoom meetings or whatever, and have these people understand from our perspectives, what is it that we're trying to build locally? If they are selling the product to us, where do their corporate social responsibility monies go? If not for activities like what we are doing on the ground. For example, the NRI, Tanzania NRI, we are working together with the ISOC to organize the IGF, the Youth IGF Thons 2023. This all is on behalf of the internet and the ecosystem. And internet is very important also for the big tech company. That will be my take. I know time is not on our side, but I think we need to talk to these big tech companies to see where do they put their corporate social responsibility money. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Nazar. Nigel is next. Oh, you go there. And I'll keep the microphone with you. You have two, and then.
No, thank you very much. Nigel Hickson and I, I'm really speaking for the UK IGF. And I mean, I'll be fairly brief. I think, 2 points on sustainability. I think sustainability to many people, in addition to funding, which I'll say something about, is also sustainability in terms of moving forward, of evolving, of having innovation in the issues that you tackle, in having innovation in the stakeholders that you attract, in the organizations that you cooperate with in terms of your national IGF. And I think we're very conscious of this in the UK, where it's all too easy to, if you like, fall into the trap of involving the same people year after year. Makes it easier to organise if you can just reach out to Fred because he's good at cybersecurity, or Alice because she's good at child online protection. Whereas what we need to be doing is reaching out and attracting new people, attracting new ideas. So certainly before we nominate in the UK, I say we and nominate or sponsor the IGF in the UK. That's the .uk registry, but we have a multi-stakeholder committee, and we do try and reach out to new people. The second point on that, of course, is the issues that are discussed. And I think the issues that are discussed have to have relevance for the national situation, obviously, if policies or legislation. And we had our IGF a couple of weeks ago and had a very lively discussion about a bill going through our parliament on UK online safety, or sort of online safety, sorry, and regulations on that. So you have to, I think, reflect what's going on, but also you have to look towards the global situation as well. And clearly, as we go forward in over the next couple of years, the WSIS plus 20 review process leading to the UNGA debate in 2025 is critical for us. You know, in 2003 and 2005, when I had more hair, we stood on the ramparts and said stakeholders should be allowed into this meeting. We were stood outside the door. The UN at that time didn't allow stakeholders to participate. The IGF was not born. We've made such great strides, not just the UN IGF, but the NRI network is inspiring, having over 120 organizations. So we have to also take note of the global situation and make sure that that process infuses stakeholders, that the NRIs contribute to the WSIS process, and also the Global Digital Compact, as mentioned. I'll stop there because I've spoken enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nigel. We have two interventions here from the room. We have one online. Cheryl will speak. Let's maybe hear from the room, if you don't mind, and then we'll go to Cheryl.
Okay, thank you very much, Anya. This is Emmanuel from the Togo IGF. So my thoughts regarding the challenges, I think Barak started it. How do we put the schools into the, NRIs? Because in terms of budgets, they come with a lot of cost, but it's difficult from the funders today to raise money either from IGFSA and go to use it for the school, or from Andesa or other partners and use it for the school. So how do we now, because if you want to build leadership, I think we need to also invest into that capacity building activity so that it helps raise new leaders that can actually help in terms of sustainability when it comes to human. And the other point I wanted to share is in support of what Wisdom actually said, sharing the best practices. Because I think from the region I'm coming from, there's still confusion. Confusion in the sense that who actually organized the IGF. In some countries, it's an association. In other countries, it's maybe ISOC chapter holding the secretariat. In other countries, it's government, through maybe the regulator organizing it. And the realities are, from one country to another, there's a lot of confusion. There's a lot of confusion in the sense that government, for example, in some countries are very reluctant joining the civil society when they hear that is, let's say, ISOC that is organizing the IGF. They don't see that multi-stakeholder approach of it. And when it's an association, government does want to be a member of the association. So I think at a point we need to actually share some best practices and come out together with a framework that can really work, in our context. The other challenges is the change of leadership in those various organizations. So, for example, in some countries, you see ISOC holding the secretariat of the IGF, and when there's a change of leadership, maybe at ISOC level, it blocks the system because the new people that have been elected, it takes them time to understand the process, and sometimes, you can spend a whole year, into processes in organizing those events. And the last point I want to mention is engagement from the UN offices, the national offices. I remember last year when we organized our IGF, we involved the UNDP office in Lome, and that was the only opportunity for the government to come out, because the question is, usually from the government, is who and who are attending. So the moment we say, okay, the PRIDA project through the European Union delegation, they were attending, and the UNDP is attending, then they say, okay, we are sending a speaker. But previous years, it has been always difficult. If they notice that it's only civil society organizations and technical community getting together, it becomes difficult. And the last point will be, how do we measure the impact? I think it's very important. I know APC did a very good job 2017 with the, how do you call it? Their report they published about the NRIs. And that has helped for most countries to actually track 5-year or 10-year of IGF in the countries, what recommendation the government actually applied or other stakeholders were able to actually apply. So I think we need also a framework helping us to design the impact of the event that we are organizing, because we come out with very good recommendations, but after 5 years or 2 years, we have to pause and actually, publish those impact reports. It will also help raising funds for sustainability.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Maybe you can pass the microphone behind you. Somebody was requesting. And I just want to say that in the meantime, while you're taking the floor, Elizabeth wrote to me, our colleague from the German Youth IGF, that the lunch is a little bit delayed. So I think you'll make it for lunch for sure. But we'll in any case keep this short. So we'll try maybe to take this round of comments and then see where we are. But if you're in a rush now, we don't judge. Please just leave, have your lunch. You can come back as well. Yes. Yes, always. Always, yes. Okay, now we can. June, please.
Hello, everyone. I'm June Paris from Barbados. I want to announce that the Barbados chapter is out of rejuvenation, and we are ready to roll. But talking about fun, my colleague mentioned some points that are very important, and also Nigel, he mentioned bringing in the youth, bringing new blood into the system. The problem with bringing in new blood in is what my colleague said, is that the new members are elected, and then they have to train up. You have to train them up to get them into the system so that they can understand what's going on. And this is why we need mentors, and this is why people, the older people or the more experienced people, need to help these younger people, because we're working on the youth, and we're trying to bring them into the system. Another point I want to bring up too is that we are trying, in the Caribbean, we are trying to make changes. Recently, we held an IGF, a SIDS, CTU, which is the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, and a youth IGF. We had one IGF, and we had 3 sets of people participating in this IGF. So this is something that we want to bring in so that we can collaborate more. We're also trying to collaborate more with the Barbados civil society. We all have the same ideas, we all have the same focus, and governments sometimes don't always agree with the civil society, and they sometimes, I don't know why, but it's difficult to collaborate with governments. So we're trying to do it from a different angle. We're making ourselves strong, and then we will approach government, and hopefully things will change.
Thank you, June. Let's hear, this is the last comment from the room, then we're going to Cheryl online.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Firstly, allow me to congratulate Amrita for her election as the president of IGFSA. I am Mohammed Sidi Mustafa. I'm talking on behalf of Youth IGF Africa that have been initiated in 2017. So there are some issues that I would like to raise related to leadership problem that we have in our youth IGF in Africa. So I don't want to talk more about this issue, as I think Anya know a lot about this kind of issue. So firstly, I would like to say, I talk about the importance of NRI. So their importance is to advocation and advocacy in capacity building, and then engagement. So NRIs should work to advocate about how youth can engage on IGF work, and after that they must to build the capacity of youth in order they can know more about IGF, and then they can engage about how to engage on IGF discussion. This is the role of IGF, which is I can say absent in Africa use IGF, and that's all related to three main things. The first one I have been mentioned. First, the problem of leadership. And second one is related to the dependence of use IGF on some regional organization or national IGF, because when the use IGF is not free, they cannot tell all what they can see good or see bad about use of internet or about IGF. So they must be independent. We can give them, we can give youth the freedom of saying all what they think about the internet in their community. And secondly, it's related to capacity building, because youth in Africa are limited by the means and we can say tools in order to be well trained about internet issue, about internet use. Also, the third thing is about the funding issue. So we have been facing these kind of challenges since the launch of US IGF in 2017 until today. So I call upon partners of IGF that they can support the US IGFs. It's not only on Africa, but in all over the world. So youth can engage in an early age about the work of IGF, and and they can participate on IGF meetings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let's please now hear from Cheryl, who is online with us, I believe, from Australia. Cheryl, you have the floor. I see you're still muted. Can I ask the technicians to unmute Cheryl Langdonor? Just colleagues at the background. Okay, now we should be able to hear you, Cheryl.
Has been found. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Anya. Cheryl Langdonor from the Australian NRI Net thing. We actually just finished not long ago on the 27th and 28th of last month our annual event. And a lot of what's been said today is resonating very strongly with our review of and discussion on next steps as to where we're heading in the year to come. We have a multi-stakeholder organising committee, and we try very hard to make sure that it is multi-stakeholder. In other words, that if there is a sector that is not represented, that we do our best to make sure we have that sector sought out and brought in. It's open, so people may join, but we do try and keep that core balance going. Now, to some of Pedro's points, and to some extent what's also been sent from the Caribbean and indeed the UK, we've worked rather hard to make sure that in our MSG, and therefore in the overall planning of our events, note the plural there, because we're going to be doing more and more that is not just a big 2-day thing, but also what we would call intersessional things of a smaller nature, that we do have experience and we do have big hitters, because they're the people who, A, can provide us with the funding and in-kind support. For example, on our MSG, we have APNIC, And that means we can use the resources, for example, of the Zoom and streaming facilities that they kindly offer us as technical support in kind. We have worked hard over recent times to make sure that we have the right people in the right positions in our federal government. I don't mean the elected individuals, but the ones that are working within the departments, so that it's the same people that are attending our planning meetings and therefore have a finger on the pulse of what an IGF in Australia will look like and what the topics might be, and indeed what the speakers, fresh and familiar, that we can attract. That they're also the same people that are, you know, going off to ITU meetings and will be representing the country in all things internet and indeed telco. So it's not easy. It's not going to be the same for all of us. We do have to work it to suit our own communities. But the other thing I wanted to mention is we've developed in recent years now a stronger and stronger support-based relationship with our CCTLD operator, and AUDA is in a position now of being what I would consider our key financial supporter, and that has allowed us to retain the services of some rather more professional planners for events. And that also helps to make sure that we're not just doing the same old stuff with the usual suspects, but putting things out for wider public input and getting refresh and new in as well. I could go on longer, but we have other meetings through the week, so I won't stand any longer between you and your lunch. But it is important, I think, to make sure that the planners are also a mix of the fresh and the familiar, because it's often the familiar that simply have the connections and the resources to get the job done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. Let me see. I think if you don't mind, we have Julian in the Zoom room that would like to make an intervention. Then we'll have here Poncelet. I don't know if anyone else. And then we're going to slowly wrap up. There's still, Lito, yes. Lito, and then we're going to wrap up to see what are our next steps and organize another informal meeting of the NRIs during this IGF, whoever can join. So please, Julian, you have the floor. After Julian, Poncelet. I see you are unmuted, but I don't think the audio is projecting here in the room. Can Zoom participants hear Julian? He was unmuted. Okay. Can you unmute, please, Julian again? Julian Casas Buenas. Colleagues in the background. I see. Julian, now you're unmuted. We still cannot hear you, Julian.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, perfect.
Thank you. My name is Julian Casas Buenas. I'm on behalf of the Colombian IGF. And I believe that we have been facing several challenges related to the sustainability of our processes. And I think our current ones are related to bringing new actors, including youth, and also to bring into the local IGFs high-level representatives in order to try to influence public policies that are related to the stability of the internet, as well as keeping the link with the global IGFs. I think that, for instance, the collaborative sessions that we are participating in the global IGF are very important, also to make these links with the local to the global IGF, and making this also possible to enhance the participation of multi-stakeholders. In our case, this year we included new topics in the discussions, which I believe it's important as well, like data processing and artificial intelligence and digital identity, as well as new challenges of emerging digital technologies in their implementation in Colombia and the internet ecosystem. And listening to all of you, and also in our case in the process of the LAC IGF, it's also important to find new ways to get ideas for the sustainability of all this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julian. Before I give the floor to Poncelet, I've just noticed, and thank you also to my colleagues for flagging. In this room, in addition to the NRI coordinators, there are a few members of parliaments from several African countries, and I want to especially thank you for coming here. That's the first step toward good cooperation with those that can make concrete decisions and those that hold very specific set of expertise on a multi-stakeholder level for good decisions to be made. So thank you. Poncelet, please, you have the floor.
Thank you. Poncelet from the NRI Gambia, but I'm speaking in my capacity as chairperson of the ECA African Task Force. Just to address the young man that spoke on the African IGF, the ECA worked after the African IGF in Lilongwe in Malawi, in which a committee was created, which I chair that committee, and we have 80 youths that we brought from different parts of the continent. All these African youths that you see volunteering at the gates, they were all trained on the AU PRIDA platform. They are rapporteurs, they are communication people, they are conferencing, they are technical. So a process has started to capitalize, and all of them are between 18 and 30. So in any room you go here today, you see them with ECA volunteer shirts. They were volunteers that were trained by us. We have Wisdom here, who is also in the task force that leads the, technical committee within this task force. So I just want to mention, to address your question, don't think things are not being addressed. You won't have 50 young people coming from other parts of Africa. From each region was represented. There's no region that you don't have an African youth here. And we have 30 Ethiopians, and we also have the local organizing committee volunteers all here. So there's work in progress, and you'll be hearing more of a stronger secretariat by the new chair of the African IGF, Lillian. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Poncelet, and I hope that the future host countries will follow your example. Lito, please, you have the floor.
Hello, yes. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Lito Ibarra from El Salvador, one of the coordinators of our local IGF. I want to address three topics. One of the funding is not only large enterprises that may provide funding, but as Nigel was mentioning, in our cases, always is also the case, the local CCTLD can be a good supporter. By definitions, the CCTLDs are at the core of the internet in each country because they run the domain names, and they are usually one of the first institutions to be in place when internet comments starts in every country. So I guess some of them at least will be willing to participate and to support the local IGF. Second, regarding the topics, to be innovative in the new topics, in our case, we included this year topics as blockchain. If you know it, El Salvador is one of the few, or maybe the only country that by law has, besides the dollar, the Bitcoin as a national currency. So this started a lot of fussing around blockchain as technology. So we had two talks in our IGF last month on blockchain being used for other things, not only cryptocurrency, but also other uses of the technology. And third, regarding new people, bringing new people, we try with two very young ladies in El Salvador with two topics. One of them selected avatars, like a topic that it will be more common when the metaverse is fully around. So we found that very interesting, and that was proposed by her, and we had that new topic, a new lady, new person as a speaker in an IGF. The other one didn't go so well, but we tried. So one of two is not so bad. So it's worth trying new people, new topics, and new schemes of doing the IGF. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lito. I think we said with Lito we're going to conclude. I see 3 hands here. I'll give the floor. I am fine staying here, but I know that the other participants would like to have lunch. As I said, please be free to walk out. I think online we don't have any comments. Let's keep the 3 comments very, very brief. I will not go into summarizing because the summary will follow on the list, and I'm sure you will still make it for lunch. So Roberto briefly, Peter King, and Bangladesh. Yes, yes, thank you.
Very brief. Yeah, I just wanted to comment about sustainability regarding some other opportunities. It's important to repeat again that in case of Internet Society, actually is one of the good sources that we have, because usually they had a fund provided to different projects, but now Internet Society is providing a special fund for this kind of initiative. So it's $3,500, which is also important and complements the possibility to help us organizing our events. The only thing is that usually the chapters are involved in the regional processes, but in the cases of the ISOC chapter is not, it would be good to start an alliance with them so they can be involved. And the last thing I want to comment is about recent experience about the linkage between our local NRIs with the regional NRI. We didn't have this kind of linkage before. We participated, but we weren't so much involved in the process. And now we had a chance to work together. There are some great colleagues that are following online, and some others are present here. And we arranged a very nice space in the local IGF, in the LAC IGF, and we had a lot of contributions. So I think it's a very good way to go also in the terms of sustainability. Thank you, Angela.
Thank you very much, Roberto. Peter King, very briefly, then we'll go to Bangladesh, and we're going to conclude.
Thank you. My name is Peter King, for the record, from the Liberia IGF. We just want to take this opportunity to thank the IGF Secretariat for this year's support to the Liberia IGF. We've been having the event as a multi-stakeholder platform since 2020. We are now 2022. This year we had a very good participation in terms of concentrating on 3 areas, which is content direction. We look at also the branding and communication process that will help to attract the interest of all multi-stakeholder in the country. We also look at the level of participation that we had to open it online, and people who are more engaged on online platform. We had over 1,000 people applying. We believe that with this kind of measure in place, other NRI can adopt it to increase participation. And we also look at the level of participation in terms of diversity in academia, youth, government, and other people that will come to the table to bring issues of national concern. And the last one is the level of funding. We believe that there is more work to be done locally as an NRI to enable you to get local funding, because it helps to bring these partners to the table, as well as mostly the MNOs. They have issues that they want government to hear. The regulator need to hear about it. So once you partner with them locally, they're able to come and address issues, and who's supposed to help them in addressing their issues can also come. So this is our experience, and we are so grateful for all partners that helped the Liberia IGF to move this year. We believe that the turnout was good, and we want to be able to be consistent in terms of how to host the event in Liberia.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Peter King. Anu, please, and then I'll give the conclusion to Barak.
Thank you, Ania. This is Mohammad Abdullah Konu from Bangladesh IGF.
We are creating Bangladesh IGF 2006. Now we are 2017. We are started Bangladesh School of Internet, and then 2000 last 2 years we are organizing Youth IGF and Women IGF. This year we are also creating Kids IGF also. We're challenging the resources fund. Fund is very problem, and another challenge is the local resource in terms of our emerging technologies issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anu. With that, Barak, you said you have a way forward coined already.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to propose for consideration by the NRIs. Probably we develop a course. It could be capacity building, maybe with the support of IGFSA on institutional frameworks for national and regional initiatives, and also something around financial sustainability. It's a broad area, but I think if we get together into some and get some knowledge around this, we should be able to know how to mobilize resources better. So that's the proposal I wanted to submit in conclusion.
Thank you very much. And I see there's already support for this. And so the report with concrete action points, including this proposal on which we will need to hear from other NRIs as well, will follow as soon as possible, because I'm drafting and it's a little bit busy here. And then we will continue our discussions. I want to now conclude the session because I'm sure you have other commitments. The lunch is still on, so you can go to have lunch. Oh, I see. Can we see the Bangladesh Remote Hub on the screen, please? And if there's a question, please ask the question. After we hear from the Bangladesh Remote Hub, we will finalize this. And we have our WhatsApp group, so I'll be also free to write there. Maybe we can organize some informal gathering during this week, maybe during evening hours. And we certainly will see each other across 5 NRI collaborative sessions and our NRI's main session, which is on Friday. So quick visual from the Bangladesh Remote Hub, and you please walk toward the lunch area. The lunch is still on. That's what I've been told.
Okay, thank you. We have a question that how we can involve ourselves to contribute NRI, especially Bangladesh IGM community.
Thank you very much, and greetings to the Bangladesh Hub from Addis. I think that's what I always say when somebody asks me. I think the first point of contact are the NRI coordinators. We are very fortunate to be in an environment that is very, very friendly, and there are resources which will explain to you and guide you how to be engaged. Many of the NRIs do have a particular capacity development tracks, such as for young people or newcomers and so on. Those are excellent opportunities to be engaged. That would be my advice. I do invite the Remote Hub to write to the NRI mailing list to ask concrete questions where to be engaged, and I'm sure responses from relevant NRIs will follow. So with that, bon appetit. Please have lunch. Thank you very much. See you on the NRI collaborative session on Wednesday. Thank you.
Yeah, how are you?
the moderator of the session. Luca and Rietia have just stepped in because there's a bit of confusion in the room.
Yes, it looks like, yes.
So it's a room with a pillar in it. There's no table. It's a little bit confusing. But in fact, now that we can see you, I think the session can start. So if
Okay,
the tech team can just make sure that we can hear him clearly, please. So over to you, Luca.
Wonderful, wonderful. I see that I was only waiting also for Osama to join because I'm not seeing him yet here. And so both Alvaro and Osama, I'm not seeing them on the screen. So I proposed to wait an extra minute and then to start. My apologies for this. I'm not seeing. Yes, now I can see on the screen that the session is already live streaming. Excellent. So while we wait for Osama to join and also Alvaro, so let's just inform the technical assistants that we have 2 extra panelists that should join and have not joined yet, Osama Manzar and Alvaro Justen, that have not connected yet, but I think we can already start with this year Internet Commons Forum. So without further ado, let me start. Good morning to everyone, and apologies for the slight delay. My name is Luca Belli. I'm professor here at FGV Law School, where I head the Center for Technology and Society at FGV. I have also the pleasure of being one of the co-founders of this Internet Commons Forum that now is at its 4th iteration, together with my friend Adam Burns and Henriette and many other friends from APC and beyond. So the goal actually of this yearly edition of the Internet Commons Forum is precisely to bring into the discussion some perspectives that we felt were missing from the traditional IGF discussions, and that could be very impactful for the progress of internet governance discussions. And indeed, and I think we will speak about this with Henriette in her introduction, discussions on digital commons have become over the past couple of years very important at the UN level, including with the ongoing efforts on the global digital compact. So we have decided to use a classic format for this session that we have used already last year. So we will have 2 segments with some presentations followed by question and answers. We will start with an introduction by Henriette, and before Henriette, sorry, we still have you will have to bear me and Adam for a couple of introductory remarks, just to contextualize and so that everyone is on the same page with regard to what we are trying to achieve here and why we are here. So the main reason why we are here, as I was mentioning before, is that we have felt over the past years that digital commons or internet commons or commons discussions in general were a little bit absent from the IGF community. And so we've decided to bring them inside the IGF community with a little bit of provocation, creating an internet commons forum to, let's say, mimic, but in a fun, hopefully way, of course, trying to contribute to the discussion, the Internet Governance Forum with the Internet Commons Forum. And the great problem that we have to face here is that this absence from IGF discussions on commons and digital commons reflects a absence of this discussion about this alternative, this third way of governance, the commons governance, that is basically visible in mainstream policy and politics. And that is a pity, because we have seen over the past decades that actually the commons is a very interesting alternative solution that complements classic conception of governance based on state and markets, but to some extent also challenges this classic way of organizing resources and society. And a very good example is provided with regard to digital matters is provided by community networks, an issue in which I had the pleasure to work a lot with a lot of friends here from the IGF over the past 10 years almost. And again, if we think about community networks, it's crowdsourced infrastructure, shared design managed as a commons, right? So it's a very good example of how commons, digital commons, can actually not only exist, but thrive, be sustainable, allow people previously disconnected people to connect, to create new services, new content, to empower communities and to self-determine communities, to enjoy self-determination or network self-determination, as I like to call it, to be protagonists of the evolution of technology, to choose how to use technology, right? So it is really important to set the scene, to understand that what the great difference from traditional management and governance system is that the community is at the center of the model, right? It is not possible to separate community for the resource that is managed, because the great difference between the commons and the other models or systems of governance is that the commons requires the community to understand and care about the shared interest, the shared resource that is managed, which sometimes cannot be economically quantified. If we think about the value of a forest or a thriving ecosystem, common security, or the internet, a diverse and open internet, those are all shared resources that are very difficult to quantify, to meter economically. And perhaps that is the reason why this kind of system is ignored by traditional mainstream economics or governance studies. But actually, although it has been marginalized, is extremely relevant and can function. Again, a classic example that we bring into the discussion is Elinor Ostrom, that won a Nobel Prize studying the commons, and stressing that actually commons can be very useful, thriving, sustainable, as long as there are shared principles, rules, and also enforcement mechanism to make sure that people respect shared rules to manage the common resources. And this is precisely what we are trying to discuss here, with bringing into discussion several very good examples of brilliant initiatives and people that are working in digital commons. So without further ado, I would like to now give the floor to my friend Adam, and then get into the lively part of the discussion with the introduction of Henriette. Please, Adam, the floor is yours. I think you're muted. Adam, I think you're muted. Yeah, so I would like to ask the technical assistants to unmute Adam Barnes so that he can speak, please.
Luca, Henriette here. I have to leave. Do you mind if I make my remarks before Adam? Because I have a session starting at 5.
Oh, no problem. So please, Henriette, go ahead.
My
Sorry,
apologies,
please.
Adam.
No problem. We really are really grateful that you can have time to be with us today. So please, go ahead.
It's a bit challenging to know where to stand in this room. Well, thank you. My name's Henriette Esterhuizen. I'm from South Africa. I'm very happy to see you all at an African IGF. I am the past chair of the MAG, and I'm associated with the Association for Progressive Communications, and one of the organizations that started convening this. So it's really good to see you all here. Luca asked me to say a little bit about the Global Digital Compact. So I'll make a few remarks about that, because I think we just heard Luca talk about the value or the need for shared principles. And when we're looking at the commons, and when we're thinking of the internet as a commons, and I think in many ways we're only just starting this conversation of looking at the internet as a commons. But I think in many ways it's actually a conversation that's not a new one, because I think the roots of the internet is very much in looking at it as a commons. And the Global Digital Compact, which you'll all hear a lot about this week, a process initiated by the UN Secretary General, facilitated by the tech envoy of the SG, is opening up an open process, getting input from the broader multi-stakeholder internet governance community and lots of other communities to come up with some kind of shared principles that would then theoretically be negotiated and agreed on by member states at the Global Summit of the Future in 2024. They're not intended to be binding instruments. They really are just intended to take us a little bit closer to having a common framework for thinking about the internet, developing the internet, and the digital sphere more broadly, because the Global Digital Compact takes on a much broader scope than just the internet. But I think for those of us that are concerned about the internet as a public good, about public interest perspectives or a commons perspective on the internet, it's an opportunity actually to look at capturing those principles. And I think the one thing we should try to not do with the Global Digital Compact is to put too much detail into it, to make it a huge big treaty with lots of different provisions. It really is an opportunity for us to pause, to reset, and to consider what the principles are that really matter to us in the digital space. And particularly principles that can help us as a global and multi-stakeholder community come up with policy and regulation and other practices that are not harmonized in a legalistic manner, but that are harmonized at the level of broad-based agreement at the level of values and principles. But so just my own remarks here, which I really am so grateful that Luca and Adam keep organizing this and everyone who participates in it. My perspective on this, and I think the Association for Progressive Communications is interested in exploring this, is how can we actually use the concept of the commons or the concept of the public good and maybe think about both, take elements from both. They come from slightly different places, actually very different places, but use them as a way of almost resetting how we think about internet governance. As Luca pointed out, there are tensions around market-based approaches to regulating, organizing, developing the internet. There are tensions linked to state-based approaches. And there are also real risks. You know, for many years, we've taken the open internet for granted. We now know we can't take it for granted. There are encroachments from state interventions, internet shutdowns, fragmentation, or national, setting national boundaries. And there are encroachments coming from the corporate sector in terms of violation of human rights, the monetization of harmful use. And increasingly, the internet seems a place that we have to intervene in. I think the European Union, the European Commission, has taken the leadership in attempting to deal with some of these challenges through regulatory responses. And we also see the challenges related to regulatory responses. So really, I think that's just my message here. I think that there's a wealth of thinking when it comes to the commons that I think we can draw on when we reset and rethink how we approach internet governance. It's multi-stakeholder. I think that's the other thing about a commons approach. It is multi-stakeholder, it is inclusive, and it is global. So look, I think that would be my last remark. I think what else did I want to stress? Perhaps just the idea that if we really want to overcome this period of, I think we're in a little bit of a limbo at the moment where there's a broad-based recognition that there's a need for intervention of some kind. There's a need for intervention at the market regulation level. There's a need for intervention at self and co-regulation, content regulation. But that we approach this in a very open way, looking at what we value most about the internet, its openness, its inclusiveness, its character, as a commons and as a platform that can grow the information commons and other forms of commons, but also look at taking lessons from other sectors. You know, we've just had the case of Twitter, for example. Is there a way perhaps we can take good practice from market regulation, where you have mergers and acquisitions in the public sector that have to be vetted or reviewed from the perspective of what the impact of that merger and acquisition will be on the public interest? So that's sort of my other takeaway. You know, let's be open-minded. Let's look at practices from the commons, from community-based approaches, from the world of market regulation, where it works, where it protects the public interest, and also from our own multi-stakeholder practice and you know, all the tools and processes that we've created within the IGF space. Back to you, Luca, and I'm sorry that I can't stay.
Thank you very much, Henriette. Actually, what you mentioned is fantastic, and I mean, I think that the Twitter example is paradoxically a very good example of what is usually called, with a very wrong definition, the tragedy of the commons. Because like classic economists think that when you have commons, then it leads to failure because of overexploitation by people. But actually what has been demonstrated is that the failure is because of the lack of regulation, so lack of norms, that then leads to abusive behaviors. And that, I think the Twitter example is a very good example of a potentially public good, a public sphere where people can interact, that is purchased by one single individual that then starts to do whatever the hell he wants with no limitations, because there is no shared governance system impeding him or whomever, I mean, whatever other billionaire doing this. So it's very useful to have to bring this example into discussion. And please, I would like now to give the floor to Adam for his initial remarks, and then we can really get into what it promises to be an interesting and very lively discussion. Please, Adam, the floor is yours.
Oh, good evening. Hello, everybody. I cannot enable my video at the moment, as it seems to be disabled by the host. If that could be corrected, please, I would appreciate it.
Yes, we would like to ask the technical assistants to enable Adam Burns' video as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hopefully that will come on. Not yet.
This can help.
Anyway, Henriette, as always, has brought up some central concerns over the disparate nature of centralized internet governance as we have it, and the role of the commons as the internet has grown. And seeing as we're running a little late, I would like to introduce, first of all, our first speaker straight away. Osama Manzar is a founder director of the Digital Empowerment Foundation, empowering more than 30 million people in 20 years. He's a senior Akosha Fellow, British Chevening Scholar, and IVLP Fellow, and he's served on many boards of international organizations working in the area of digital development, and especially on issues of the commons, as I think he's joined us before in one of the Internet Commons sessions. I still do not have video enabled, so without further ado, perhaps Osama can be a bit more successful with both audio and video. Host, could you please enable Osama Manzar in both audio and video?
So we would like to request technical assistance to enable Mr. Osama Manzar audio and video. Thank you very much.
Hi, good evening, good afternoon, good morning. Am I audible?
You are audible, but no video signal yet.
Yeah, I'm trying to push the button, but the iPad is saying you are not allowed, you are disabled.
It's identical to my issue earlier, Osama.
Yeah, that's the first challenge to Internet Commons, I guess. Yes, now I think I'm online now. Thank you very much. Thanks, Adam, and thanks, Luca. It's always brilliant to be here. I was expecting to join speaking a little later half, but thank you very much for pushing me to come forward. As a starting comment, I would very much like to echo what Andrew had said earlier about the preciseness of our message, and also voicing it for Digital Compact and bringing all the voices together. In fact, I was in New York just about a couple of weeks back, and I met the envoy of technology on technology, and we are actually decided to work together to bring in the voices not heard. And and I would like to bring in the concern of the voices not heard on this platform, which is very important when we are talking about Internet Commons. There is something called right to information, right to food, right to connectivity. But do we have access? After giving rights, we take away the access, or we do not give the access. And if we talk about Internet Commons, it's extremely important to know that just by making Internet available, is this really available and accessible to me if I am living as a tribal person, not speaking the language that the world understands, and I live in a place where not even electricity comes, not road comes, nothing comes, and you still make a policy that actually requires me to give my biometric authentication to get my ration, or to get my education, or to get my withdrawal of money, and so on and so forth. So the journey of Internet and Internet Commons in the last 25, 30 years is that while we claim that we have connected half the world, we are still making Internet uncommon to the rest of the half of the world, and difficult, and not affordable, and not available in my natural language, in my natural medium, in my natural ecosystem. And how do we get that? How do we do that? How can we make not my language Internet enabled, but can we make Internet language enabled? Or by medium enabled, the medium that I like, the medium that I can avail, the medium that I'm comfortable with, the medium that I can afford, and so on and so forth. Working in Indian subcontinent, as you know, we have this privilege to have hundreds of languages, hundreds of culture, hundreds of regions, all kind of, from coastal to geographic challenges of hills and Himalayas and all that. We somehow have an ecosystem of the remoteness of the geography and the affordability challenges as well. And therefore, I would say, taking example of India, but for the whole global world, is the people who are not connected yet are the most desirable, are the people who are the most challenging in terms of affordability, in terms of accessibility, in terms of affordability. And how can we actually bring in principles under Internet Commons to help to go to Digital Compact discussions, or to go to UN discussions, and to go to various international policies of various countries, that how can we make this most important infrastructural necessity are most commonly available, most easily available, and most affordably available. And I don't have to really stress that what kind of examples we have. We all know that if you go through the statistical data, which language is the highest on internet, what kind of people highest on the internet, what kind of people highest and well connected. But having said that, on this platform, we would like to challenge ourselves to take responsibility to bring in Internet Commons principle to the doorstep of the people who are not connected. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Osama, and that's a very good way to start connecting the dots, and also with a little bit of well-deserved criticism. I mean, it's essential what the point that you are making, that while we claim that we have half of the world connected, but actually that is the easiest half, the most homogeneous and easy to connect half. Then it's much harder to connect the rest, and it will be even more hard if we do not think that the rest that is not connected yet has also characteristics, specificities that need to be not only respected but also preserved, and cannot be eradicated simply because it is more convenient or cheaper to use existing strategies that of course have limits, right? To speak about this, actually it's very good to have as next speaker Nicholas Echanitz, our very good friend that also has been contributing over the past years in community network discussions, not only with regard to how community networks work, but really to create, we can call them digital goods, digital common goods, new platforms, new hardware and software, open source hardware and software that has enabled really literally thousands of people to have access to the internet, to have connectivity, to produce, to create new content, services, and culture. Please, Nicholas, the floor is yours, and I would like to ask the technical assistants to enable his audio as well. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, I'm unmuted now. Thank you very much for the introduction, Luca. I was thinking about a few points. At Altermundi, we work in the development of technology, of open source technology, both hardware and software. And we are usually confronted with the standard way of doing software, hardware, internet deployment, etc. And to us, it's interesting that the internet, which was like ideally born as a commons, is now in a state where commons is not the common ground. No, it's not the standard. It's like, for example, when you receive your autonomous system number and your IP blocks, you negotiate your BGP border with a network, for example, in our case, with the National University of Córdoba. But then we are blocked upstream. Our autonomous system number is blocked upstream. And there is no technical issue here. It's just an administrative issue, and it's a big fish decision. No? Like the big fish here in this example is the state operator, the ARSAT network, which decides that it will not route traffic coming from autonomous system numbers that are behind the system numbers they are connecting, unless you ask for it specifically and you are convincing. It's like, it's not granted. And this is completely broken. Like, the internet is broken when you do this. And to us, this is a perfect example of how the internet works nowadays. It's mostly concentrated by big operators. The biggest ones are private, and then we have, in some places, we have important state actors. But even the state networks still take the decisions based on market observation and on market rules. And for us, this is really strange. It's like I go to talk with the state and I say, well, if you can provide us with transport over your fiber network, which means that we won't cross your network towards another network. No? Transport is just over your network. So this doesn't have an external cost. It's just using capacity that is there, that is unused, and we, a commons-based initiative, are asking you, the state, who has the mandate to bring communication and relevant access to every citizen, to just share a resource for which you have no cost. Yes? And I even write the contract to do this legally, it's all there, you know what we will do, what we won't do, all the specifications, we can add whatever you need. And usually they start by saying, this is quite logical, this makes sense. But then it gets stranded somewhere in bureaucracy. No? It's like, it's impossible. We at least haven't been able to convince a state operator, being that a national or a regional operator, about the convenience of sharing their network with community networks. And the convenience is both ways, because community networks would very much profit from having access to a big fiber network in the region, because they could interconnect different community networks in different small villages and exchange content, culture, etc. But also they could share whatever international transit agreements they have. Like, for example, we have an agreement with the university, National University of Cordoba, where Altermundi uses all the bandwidth that is not being used by the university, and it is shared with a number, about 12 community networks. Yes? If we could use the state fiber network, we could bring this bandwidth to many, many more community networks that are not accessible to us because of the distance, but that could connect to the state fiber network. And the university bandwidth is like very big in comparison to what community networks need. So all the resources are there. Like, the university wants to share international transit, the communities need it, the state provider has the network to interconnect all of this, and no one has to lose a penny, and nobody will be earning a penny over this. It is just bringing connectivity. But still, they won't understand it, because they don't think about the internet from a commons perspective. And so we are working with this very specifically. We think it's needed for the state operators to understand this concept. And even here in Argentina, where we have been very successful with programs from the regulator regarding funding for community networks using the Universal Service Fund money, even we still are not able to convince the state operator to work from this frame of mind when it regards to the transport over the network. And another small issue, do I have a couple more minutes, Luca? Or, yep. And another issue that is to us very important regarding the commons is devices and technology. What are the end users using to access culture nowadays? We have been cornered to the use of mobile devices, which are not always connected to a power outlet, which are to a metered network, which we cannot just use. It is metered, limited storage, and we have a limited capacity. And all of this, which is what most of the people uses to connect to the network, creates a network of consumers, of consumer end users. When you need to store your own family photographs, instead of storing them on your own devices, you will store it miles away, hundreds of thousands of miles away in the quote-unquote cloud. We believe that we need to push back. We need to push back regarding what's the technology that we use to connect to the internet, because otherwise we are limited by both the hardware and software and services that are provided as a mass product, and we are cornered in this idea that we are only consumers and we cannot produce and we cannot provide content from our device. So we believe that we need also to work a lot on this front. We are developing software already for some years called El Reo, the repository, the culture repository, which is a distributed repository of culture. And we are working on this matter, like how do we add an additional device to mobile devices so that families can share a sort of local cloud where they can store their own culture, their own productions, their own content, and then share through the phone, but owning what is theirs instead of giving it for free to corporations to make money and manipulate the public opinion. Okay, so I think that's it for now.
Thank you very much, Nicholas. It's great to hear you talk again, always inspiring, especially as you seem to complement many of the topics Henrietta said, but in a practical, measured way. You know, the technical governance of the internet, as we've scaled, the governance in a commons perspective seems to have broken down from corporate and regional and state accesses down to just practical everyday, from the technical administration of trying to connect your local network to the greater internet, to issues over the corporatization of our own personal data and indeed our regional culture as well. So I think you wrapped up so many layers of the commons as a stack, so to speak, in your presentation, and I wanted to thank you for that. And it also touches, I think, on some of Osama's points, and that is, you know, the lack of autonomy and you know, even after access that we have as individuals or regions. So it really does seem to me that this year's topic of internet as a commons needs to start thinking about tackling the issues of the tremendous growth and importance and economic rise of the internet itself, and the players that now dominate this space at all the layers, from platforms to infrastructure to data pools themselves and cloud. we need to look at ways in which this larger stack really can be governed in a way more compatible with commons aesthetics. And of course, you know very well, there are many people like yourself, Miko, who haven't given up hope yet. And most of them are emerging from the edges. Other community networks that are also joining, especially people such as Ramon Roca with Wi-Fi-Net in Spain, whose governance model, as they roll out infrastructure, is based on commons principles. And you, Nico, and Ramon, and many other people are inspiring many groups globally to take some of that back. I would like to, just before I introduce the next speaker, I would just like to check whether Jane Coffin is actually present at this session. Luca, would you have any knowledge of that?
Yeah, unfortunately, Jane is not able to connect now because she's in transit, and maybe we can take advantage of her absence to have a quick 10 minutes slot of questions from the audience and participants in Addis Ababa. I've seen that there is already some interesting question in the chat, so maybe we can take one just to break a little bit between this first slot and the next one. I've seen that there is an interesting one by Siva Subranian on the question of ownership of platforms and also open source community. So what Siva is asking, what safeguards are thought of or to prevent the governance which is indeed a very good question, and well, my answer to that is that if we take the global governance and take the internet from a very wide perspective, it's indeed this kind of safeguards are indeed missing, and that is why I think we should not know. I maybe disagree a little bit with what Henriette was saying about only considering principles as something that would be useful for the digital global compact. I think if one considers also all the work on digital commons, especially spearheaded by Elinor Ostrom, what is important is not only to have principles and norms, but also effective enforcement mechanisms that make sure that people respect those principles and to avoid examples of failure like a badly managed public trust that Siva was mentioned. So I would like to open the floor maybe for just a couple of reactions or questions from the participants. I don't know if anyone has a mic in the room, but I guess so. So if there is any reactions from about this from the people in Addis Ababa, we are very happy to hear you. Otherwise, we may ask Nicholas or Osama if we have any thoughts on this. Do we have any reactions from the floor from Addis Ababa? If you want to,
yes,
if you want to
yes,
provide any comments, please just state who you are, because I'm not sure everyone can see you. So, for the records, it's good to have your name and affiliation. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, I'm Dr. Mohammed Yassin from the University of Lille in France. And I just want to, Mohammed Yassin is not, this thing of automatic writing is not efficient one, because sometimes it tries something different than what is said. So I recommend you not to rely too much on it. This is one observation, technical observation. Luca, you mentioned that Twitter is owned by one person and is dictating what he's doing on the global users of internet and so on. So like what is your suggestion in this case to avoid this? Somebody or corporations control and dictate what they are doing on the people. How can the commons
the suggested common overcome such a problem? Is there any possibility that people or users migrate from such big platforms when they are not fully satisfying them? Is there any mechanism to avoid such behavior? Thank you very much.
Directed to me, I will abuse my position as a moderator to reply. I think that what you are raising, Mohammed, is there are two deeply intertwined aspects here. On the one hand, the fact that simply because one is backed by considerable financial capacity, and we have seen, Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, that easily raising $50 billion to purchase and make private a previously publicly traded company, and which also means that it makes it totally opaque, because all the transparency obligation that the publicly traded corporation needs to comply with in terms of transparency, what you are planning to do, how you are using your money, why are you firing people, and right, that is something extremely, in my perspective, extremely negative for if we consider the health not only of the internet but of the specific platform. This could be actually avoided either to prohibit this takeover by a single man of a entire platform that is so essential for public debate nowadays, and on the other hand, maybe easier and more advisable from my perspective, to make such platforms interoperable. So to invest, to define how those platforms could be interoperable. If one day someone purchases your email provider, you can download your emails and upload them to a different email provider that offers you better conditions, and you will keep on being able to exchange messages, videos, whatever you want with other people through email, because email is interoperable, and that is how the internet was born, right, through interoperability. So I think that one of the key elements of that we need to focus on in order, and we have also a session about this on interoperability and internet openness on Thursday for those who are interested. But one of the key elements that one has to focus on, or one of the key principles that one has to focus on, is indeed interoperability, and creating also mechanisms that allow to this not to be only empty words, a nice label, interoperability, as even some regulation does. If we take, for, and again, a very trivial example, but the very praised GDPR, the EU General Data Protection Regulation, creates a right to data portability. So every data subject has the right to export their personal data and import them to a competitor. But de facto, this is impossible, because there are no defined standards of interoperability on how to do that. So it's even when the regulation aims at being very refined, de facto is a failure. So I think that one of the main issues, probably, as we have this discussion on internet commons, is how to create standards that allow interoperability, competition, and digital commons to flourish, and not to be taken over at will by billionaires, because I don't think that this is the kind of internet. It is for sure not the original internet philosophy, and I think it is not the kind of internet most of us would like to live in or to communicate. Sorry if I'm speaking too much. I would like to take other reactions. I see that Nicholas has one. Please, Nicholas, go ahead.
Nicholas might be force muted there. Right, yep.
Nicholas, I think we can hear you, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I just wanted to comment that you bringing the email example is interesting because email was like the last standardized service, and it was and it still is the one thing that is standard in communication. But I think it's interesting what happened with instant messaging with the XMPP protocol, which was the standard and actually is the base technology for both WhatsApp, Google Messenger, and many of those technologies that are now private technologies that have voluntarily broken the standard so that it won't interoperate with other instant messaging platforms. If you remember, it was possible to install free software for XMPP instant messaging communication and still be able to communicate with people on Google Messenger, for example, for a long time. But then this was broken, and to me the most important thing about this service being broken, for one, it's what is transporting most of the communication of the people nowadays, right? WhatsApp, instant messages in general, and not being standardized and not being open source, you have things like, for example, WhatsApp is now encrypted. It has been encrypted for many years, but we do not have access to the code of the client or the server. So, for example, if our communications are encrypted not just with the keys from the receiver and the emitter of the communication, but also encrypted with a general key which is owned by the company, we can know this. It's possible to know this. But according to, I would say, statistics, it's impossible to conceive that they are not encrypting your communication with a key that they can then use to decrypt communication. So what this makes is a global global theater where the only government with access to most of the communication data in the world is the United States, because they have a legal system where they can force any company to disclose all information and to make it secretly. And it's a treason if the company denounces that they have been asked to disclose private communication. So to me, all the blocks are there. I would say I know my communication is being monitored by only the US government, and this creates a disbalance in communication where other governments are not just us as users and private users of the internet, but whole countries, whole governments have an opaque technology that their citizens are using to communicate, and a foreign country has access to the communication content. This is, I think, like one of the most extreme examples of how bad it is to not have the internet governed as a commons and to have standards enforced on corporations.
Great response. Thank you, Nico.
All right, I think we can get into the next segment of the discussion, with the presentation from Will Radrick from Grassroots Economics in Kenya. Will, can you hear us well? Let me try to, if I can unmute you. I have to find you here. Will Radrick, yes. Ask to unmute.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes, very well. We can hear you and see you. Thank you. Welcome.
Very good. Okay, I'm going to try to share screen. Let's see if I can. No, I can't share screen. I'll just talk. Maybe someone can allow me to share screen later. I guess what I have to talk about is a little bit different. I've been working a lot with David Johnson from South Africa on the INETI system, but specifically working on economic commons around mesh networks and trying to create incentive systems and essentially credit systems in local communities to be able to pay for the usage of these mesh networks. And the way that looks is essentially that the operators of the mesh network that are running these antennas from their houses and keeping them on and whatnot, they create a voucher redeemable for the services of the network. And on the INETI system, what we have is a whole bunch of offline content like Nextcloud and Wikipedia and Khan Academy, and also the ability for people to upload their own content. And so if you can imagine this group of people that are providing this mesh network, they create a bunch of vouchers. So it's a mutual credit, similar to like a mall voucher. We've used a blockchain to do this, to have a decentralized ledger as well that's also held on the network. And so these vouchers are sold for cash, but they're also very much sold in kind into the community. So when people want to get access to this mesh network, which also has a backhaul as well of actual internet that they get from local providers, people have to have these vouchers, and those vouchers give them basically metered access. I mean, there's a free layer that you don't need any vouchers for, and that's like the local content. And then there is a cost for getting the backhaul of the internet. So what happens is that these tokens, or these subscriptions, if you will, right? These are subscriptions to the internet, end up flowing around the community and acting as kind of a local currency in a way. So people will end up accepting them for tomatoes, for instance. So you can pay for internet with your tomatoes or your eggs or whatnot. And so someone who pays with eggs for this voucher can also spend them on other stuff in the community, and whoever needs internet can now redeem them for internet access, right? And so, for instance, one voucher gives you something like 3 hours of internet. It's not 3 hours from the time, it's 3 hours of usage. So we actually track them being active on the network. And something like 3 vouchers ends up being a day worth of internet. And that's, roughly 4 times cheaper than the alternative through, Safaricom or the major telecoms. So we can offer very, very, very cheap distributed internet services, and we can also offer like a freemium level or a free intranet mesh network services as well. And all the trade of these vouchers ends up creating secondary circulation and trade, right? So like the internet ends up becoming a basis for a local economy as well, right? It's the backing of last resort for trade for tomatoes and all kinds of stuff within the community. So that's what we've been working on here in Kenya. That's where I'm based, and then also in South Africa in Ocean View. So I think there's an interesting kind of concept around economic commons and looking at these subscription models and who's offering services, and these promises against services being in some ways an opening to a different type of a commons that's backed by redemption as payment in local services. We've also done the same kind of economic models without internet, but with other types of backing goods and services. So for instance, maize mills, business networks coming together, things like coconuts and coconut oil acting as a backing for a local voucher economy. So I don't know if you've heard of like a airtime credit in Kenya with Safaricom, you can also sambaza or trade that airtime credit, right? So that airtime credit is a promise against the services of the telecom, right? Which is also tradable, and people will use it as a currency as well within the country. And that was actually the predecessor for M-Pesa here. So in this case, we have a mall voucher, a promise against the services of the mesh network. So as people now buy these vouchers, those vouchers end up getting redistributed back to the node operators, of the network that are running the antennas. So yeah, let me pause there. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much, Will. And it's really excellent to see actually this alternative local economic system that your initiative is triggering, and how this actually is not only including people in a digital ecosystem, but also creating a new local economic ecosystem. So it's really demonstrating the benefits of connectivity, both as a driver of inclusion, but also driver of empowerment, and also creation of value at the local level for the local communities, right? Now, I would like now to invite our next speaker, Laureen Van Breen from Wikirate. To make corporations more accountable. So please, Laureen, the floor is yours. So I would like to ask our technical assistants to unmute Wikirate. Laureen, can you hear us?
Yes, this is great.
Can we also see? Can we see you? Can we also activate Laureen's camera?
Yes, I think.
Wonderful.
Here
Fantastic.
I am.
We can see you. Fantastic. Welcome, Laureen.
Magic. Thanks so much, everybody, for having me today, and for sticking with us. It's a lot of technical content, and I'll try to also share some details with you, but not go too deep into the material. As you heard, I'm going to talk a little bit about a different commons than what you've heard so far, which is the data commons. And I thought I would start by grounding ourselves. It might be repeating the obvious, but what really is a commons? So a commons is a land or a resource that is belonging to or affecting the whole of a community. And I think particularly what I'd like to pick up on is the belonging to part, because that is, from a data perspective, for a data commons, is what from our perspective means it must be open data that we're talking about. It means access for everyone. It means a shared responsibility, and it brings in the notions of ownership and governance. And that is something that is quite important. And data about companies. And this is exactly where ownership and governance create an interesting dynamic. It complicates things. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in just a minute. But maybe just to give us a bit of an overview of where are we coming from and where are we now and where are we headed, right? So a data commons that is probably most of you will know is Wikipedia, which came about at the turn of the millennium. The first edit was made in 2001, and in the 90s was really the first proposals were starting to be created for this free, open encyclopedia on the internet. Now, about a decade later is when Wikirate came about. So we started in 2013, and really the idea was that there's a lot of information out there about companies when it comes to their financial performance, but we know very little about them when it comes to their sustainable performance. So the environmental and social dimensions of their impacts and their actions. Now the information is out there, but it's incredibly hard to get an overview. There's not one place you can go to. There's not one site where there's an aggregate. And if there is, you have these huge paywalls to get through. And so even though the information is out in the public domain, the public doesn't really have access. And our mandate was to make this a public resource once again, by bringing it together in one place, cleaning it, standardizing it, and giving that access for free to everyone. So this is one of the big things that we were trying to change. And really, our role as an organization that sits behind all of this is to develop the infrastructure. It's to create tools and to support the community in their use of this platform, right? And the community is the people. It's the whole of the community, right? Anyone who's interested in this information can help collect the information, they can analyze the information, they can use the information, they can extract it. So it's all of this activities, and it's driven by what the community is interested in. Now, the way we gather information, so how do we bring it into our data system? There's 3 ways. As much as we can, we automate, right? So we are integrating with other data systems. It's that interoperability piece. Now, of course, as we just heard, standards, there's not one standard for that. So there's a lot of work that comes into always working with these different groups and setting it up in a way where you can really share information between your systems. Now, then you get into the semi-automated techniques, right, of scraping and bulk importing data sets into a platform like ours, and then allowing anyone to access that again. And the last element there is why we are a wiki. It's all of this information is stuck in PDF reports that are incredibly hard to process with machines. And so we're bringing together the community around these sources and asking them, can you help us extract the particular information that we're looking for in these documents? And that is really the wiki element as well. So not only is the community able to access and use and analyze this information, they're actually also the entry point for us. They're helping us gather all of that information. And this is really important because it really is the basis of why we would never be able to sell our data. We cannot sell data that was gathered by a community. It is not ours. And so it laid the foundation for us that, of course, we had to be a commons, right? Not only can we say we are a free resource, we have to be a commons. And this is really also then brought into the question of, okay, well, but there's so many sources out there, right? We're collecting data on companies. The overwhelming majority of information is coming from companies themselves. But if a company tells me they're sustainable, is that really the only source I want to check? If I do a job interview, I have references that get checked. I can tell you I'm a nice person. That doesn't mean much, right? You want to check with others. And the same goes for the performance of a company. So we are collecting data not only from what companies are telling us about their actions and their impacts, but also collecting data from workers, right? So working with NGOs on the ground, bringing in perspectives. Not only do we want to see, for instance, what the commitments are of brands on supply chain wages, but what are the actual wages being paid in factories? And there's a project that I'd be happy to share in the chat as well that really does exactly that. So we're comparing that gap between what companies are telling us and what is the reality on the ground in terms of supply chain wages. And it's that triangulation piece that really shows the power of a commons. Because workers were traditionally not a group that was associated with ESG data, this environmental sustainability data, right? It's a group that didn't have access to the information, didn't have a way to provide information. And this is really what we're trying to switch around and say, well, if you're impacted by companies, then surely you should have a voice in this space that is driving decision-making on whether the world is going in a sustainable direction or not. It's not just investors who know best. And so this is really what we're working toward. Can we actually bring this information into the hands of those most impacted by companies as well? Now, and so we, as I already mentioned, there's no way that we would ever sell data. And this is so important to us that it's part of our statutes. It's when we founded the organization, that was the basis of what we said we were going to do. So that's one way to protect that commons, that approach. But we also really have different systems in place in terms of governance. So we're actually doing updates to our governance as well in the coming months, where we're bringing community members onto our board and making sure that they can also govern the organization that's behind everything, right? That is maintaining this infrastructure and that's providing this access to the information. So there's also that element to it. So that gives you a little bit of background about WikiRate's journey. But while we were going through all of these steps, we weren't the only ones that caught on to the data commons rise, really. So in 2018, just to highlight a few big ones, in 2018, Google's initiative, the datacommons.org, where they're aggregating a wide range of sources from the public that they're trying to make this year. The announcement from Macron, from the French government, and Bloomberg together saying they will create an open data repository for climate action data. So we're really starting to see large political players and large private sector players taking a stance on open data and wanting to, test the waters. Can they get involved? Can they help this movement? But when you dive into the practicalities of all these initiatives, that's really when it becomes clear that these players, companies, governments, this shared ownership, this idea that data belongs to the community as a whole, is something that they're struggling with. It is not something that comes intuitive for them. It's actually counterintuitive. It's a mindset shift. And this is actually what we're seeing in how they in the practicalities of it. So what steps are they actually taking? What legal frameworks are they using to create these initiatives? And so you start to see, for instance, nonprofits that are data portals that become privatized and that become a social business or business with purpose. You see complicated business models popping up where, for instance, they are charging for the infrastructure, so the use of an API rather than the data itself, which of course can work sometimes really well, but then you start to compete as an access point. And do you understand what that means then? And another thing that we're seeing is that certain stakeholders are completely forgotten. So you're, for instance, with the Bloomberg initiative, you're starting from a perspective of we serve the financial sector and it's going to be open data. Well, if it's open data, there's also other stakeholders to consider. And are you considering them as use cases? Are you making it easy for them to access that information? Do they have a say in how your service is going to be provided, what data you are providing, right? So these are the kinds of things that we're starting to see that they're still struggling with. So while our advocacy focuses on just helping people understand what is open data, you know, if it's public, that doesn't just mean it's open data. There's a licensing that comes with that and lots of other things. But also helping them understand what practicalities, what practical steps do you need to take to really ensure that you're going toward a data commons system rather than just making a few tweaks and saying that something that previously you would hoard and sell now is free for everyone, right? And so I would say the path is slightly messy and chaotic, but the rise of the data commons is undeniable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lorena. I think there are really three main points that are very emerging as very clear and very important from your talk. And first, it's the need to involve the community that is affected by the commons. In this case, the people that, for instance, also work in the corporations, but also that have an impact on how the infrastructure, the data commons, then it is utilized. So the indissociability of the people, the human element from the commons. And then the fact that these kind of initiatives may very well and actually very frequently end up being privatized. And again, my point about Twitter before was precisely, I mean, I don't want to argue that before being purchased by Elon Musk, Twitter was a commons, but the fact that it is possible, feasible, and even easy for some people to purchase an entire an organization or a structure that previously was managed in the common interest. And again, I don't want to associate this with how Twitter was managed before, but the fact that this privatization of the commons is feasible may be something on which we want to think and discuss. And then the last point is that also in some cases this becomes a necessity, because again, it is if you do not have from the very beginning a framework, a governance framework that considers the sustainability of the commons as a key priority. I mean, of course, as anything, the management entails costs, and so it's also interesting and necessary to discuss also the financial sustainability of the commons as a point that, if tackled from the very beginning, then leads to the sustainability of the commons. Now, I would like now to open the floor for our second segment of discussion. I don't see our last speaker, Alvaro, unless he is connected with a pseudonym. I don't, in this case, I would like him to manifest himself in the chat. Otherwise, I don't see him, right? So I think, Adam, I can pass you the floor so that you open for our final segment of Q&A. So please, Adam, the floor is yours.
Yeah, hi. I assume Alvaro isn't in the audience in the room. It's a remote participant. But yeah, we've heard a lot, and thank you, Laureen, for your input into the space of data commons. And it's very interesting that more and more data commons are opening up, as you say, not only in public spheres, but also concerning corporate activities within the public spheres, opening up to perhaps more transparency and accountability, which is certainly part of a healthy governance of a commons. Yes, so I'd like to open up to the floor of the venue in Addis Ababa to ask whether we have any questions or open discussion points in the room itself.
No, I want to speak to the microphone in the session.
People on the ground can please help in relaying questions with microphone, etc.
I know, but I can't just start talking over them, you know.
And when you have comments or questions, please identify yourself. And in case the captioning doesn't work properly as highlighted before, you can even correct the captioning with restating your name. So yes, I guess we have some comments and questions from the floor.
Yes, my name is Raul Plummer. Hi, Luca and Nicholas. I think Nigel already asked an interesting question, that do we want to regulate this on the UN level? Really?
It looks like the mic on the floor is muted. So let me.
Well, it's on here.
For us to unmute IGF, the host.
Can you get me?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
So Nigel touched on a nice point in the chat. Something that should we be regulating this on the level of the United Nations? And I think, well, that sort of spurred me to think of a question that's been, and what Nicholas was saying about the transit of the information and the data between the networks. And my question is there any push for regulation that would actually give a margin of the communications from the ISP networks to this commons initiative? Because I think there should be, like, the officials have a share like that is sort of reserved for the official use, and I think there could be a margin for the commons use as well, instead of just like basically reserving bandwidth for not-for-profit and community networks, data streams. So is there any push for this kind of regulation? I think there should be.
Well, let's see if there is any reaction to this comment. Nicholas, you should be unmuted.
Okay. Hello, Raul. Well, we are trying to push for this. It's not easy, really, because it's not easy for them to understand, for the state to understand what we're asking for, because it's usually the commons is not the framework they come from. So you have to explain, like, for example, here in Argentina, we have an interesting point because, as you know, I think it was in 2013 that the media law was approved here in Argentina. This law, one of the things that it stated was that radio spectrum should be divided in three. One third for the public sector, 1/3 for the for-profit sector, and 1/3 for the non-profit sector. And this was related to radio and TV frequencies. And it did not address internet bandwidth. But I think that is a very interesting point to raise. Like, if that made sense, why doesn't it make sense to reserve bandwidth in state networks for community data packets? I think it makes complete sense.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. Raised my hand, and I think Osama has as well, but just to use co-host privileges. I think there is a comment there about how can the UN or such other bodies govern such things. It's really complex at scale. I'm not sure, but I think there can be a feedback mechanism. We have all these growing demands from groups at the edges, community networks, people interested in particular data commons, and so on. But the centralized governing structures for this are not equipped, they're not enabled, they don't have the tools enabled to carry the conversation bidirectionally. I think it very much is something of scale and of scope of data. But Osama, you had your hand up there. Perhaps you've got a comment to make. Need to unmute Osama.
Thank you.
Unmuted, yes.
Yeah, thank you. I was trying to unmute. So two people together unmuting is like muting yourself. So thank you very much. No, so I had one interesting intervention is that internet access is pretty much top down. All over the world, it has been done by telecom, right? Which is 90% of them are private agencies, and in several countries, government. It is pretty much like creating a highway or a road making. But can we liberalize internet access totally from the responsibility of telecom altogether? For anybody can build their own internet, can build their own, that doesn't mean that it won't connect to the internet, just that if I have privately or civil society or collective have money, I can build my road if you are not building my road. Similarly, I can build my own mall or a shopping mall. I can build my own market and bazaar, and I can also build my own internet. And liberalizing this will actually enable people to create the network, and then it will be a matter of, interconnecting with other network or other kind of things. So there is this collectivization will become liberalized and will translate into building my own data infrastructure or digital infrastructure or internet infrastructure. Community network is pretty much like that, but it is also seen as a subset of internet. But what I'm saying is that, can it be liberalized? Can there be a policy of creating connectivity as a bottom-up approach for the rest of the world, which is supposed to be connected, where the affordability is a big issue, because telecom won't connect if it is not doesn't make business sense for them, right? And therefore it is important. And I directed the example of several community networks. That's what they are doing, but are they becoming policy? What are the things that can make them policy? What kind of, so liberalization is one side, itself will give them an open hand to build your own network, so we don't have to work like community radio, right? So liberalizing the whole requirement of licensing itself should be something should be deleted from the law book, you don't need to, first you deliberalize, and then therefore you don't need a separate license to connect, because then I'm automatically liable to build my own network, use my own network to have, like the way we have private colonies, like the way we have, secluded colonies, and so on and so forth. And therefore, the document that I shared on the chat, that G20 endorsed the community network as an alternative digital infrastructure or digital transformation model, can be one of the things that we can use it as an excuse. And the second thing is that, forget about internet or digital infrastructure. There are many commons that is available all over the world, the way community lives. So what are those models that can be applied to create a digital colonies or a digital models of connectivity? Like Auroville in India. Auroville has their own mechanism of payment system, connectivity system internally, irrespective of whether the internet was there or not. Similarly, there are many, in Scotland, there are many commons like that. There are many, I'm sure in Brazil, there are many communities who live with their own laws and rules and regulations, and very happily, and with a lot of liberalism, with a lot of, common principles. Can we adopt those principles and apply to digital connectivity and internet connectivity and share with each other to see how internet commons can be created with its own localization? Thank you.
I just wanted to chip in and also make a comment, because I've seen it in the chat. There has been a comment, I think, by Nigel Hicks, saying if we want the UN to be the forum that regulates, that at least that organizes and leads regulation in these quite sensitive issues. And of course, while we are in a UN summit in this moment, we all recognize that there are limits to the UN, and that the pace of policy elaboration in the UN is absolutely not the same pace as the evolution of technology, of course. But there is a great but here, which is the alternative? Which better alternative do we have? I honestly, I understand I sympathize very much with all the criticism. Really, I'm not saying this just for politeness, but I really sympathize very much with all the criticism towards the UN as not the most agile organization in the world, of course. But we have to recognize also there has been some increasing openness, including to discuss this type of issues. And I also think we deserve some credit to have brought this issue into IGF discussions, not only with the Internet Commons Forum, but a lot with community networks discussions over the past years. And this is leading to fruits. I mean, with all due respect for the very well-deserved criticism for the UN, only some weeks ago at the ITU plenipotentiary, there was an adoption of the resolution that gives instructions to the ITU Development Bureau to support sharing experiences and information on alternative and complementary access networks. So this means de facto that all the efforts of all the people that have been working for community networks over the past decades, and especially within the IGF and on the UN level over the past 7-8 years, as we have been doing, are leading to some fruits. Of course, things do not happen magically overnight. And of course, the UN has very, pardon me for being so blunt, but very lethargic times sometimes. But I don't see, and I open this as a open questions, maybe also for Nigel or for others in the room. What other fora that may be more suitable to the elaboration of shared rules and even shared principles that advocates for a different and a complementary approach, this commons-based approach that can have on one hand the same relevance, the same impact, but also the same authority that the UN can have. So if you have any other suggestions, I would be very happy to hear them. And with this provocation, I think we could continue having the debate. Okay. Yes, there is. I think that there is already some replies from the floor. Please.
Well, good afternoon. Perhaps I could just very briefly say something. Nigel Hickson, UK government. First of all, thank you very much for this session. I think it touches on extremely important issues. Because as we've heard from contributors and also on data of course as well, these issues are of importance to everyone. So I'm certainly not trivializing the importance of this panel and the people you brought together. And I'm certainly not criticizing the UN at all. It's not my role, and this UN IGF is something that certainly the UK government passionately believes in, and I passionately believe in. You know, I was at the World Summit on the Information Society in 2003 when we first started discussing this. So the point I think I was trying to make was really in relation to technical standards, and you know, there had been a discussion about how we can ensure this interoperability and this interconnectivity, and how everyone can have the appropriate internet experience. And I think our concerns is that, and we fully, I think, you know, what Henriette said earlier is we really positive to have principles to discuss this further and to understand exactly what we mean by internet commons and what we think the principles are behind it. But when you get down to the technical issues of standards, then I think that, you know, the UN is probably not the best area to negotiate, you know, technical standards, but clearly at the principle level and at the policy level, and as you rightly said, as pointed to at the ITU plenipotentiary a few weeks back, I think we all have a role to play in this. So thank you.
If I may jump in just with a quick response, thank you for that, those comments. And I really do think it's about scale. I think the UN should be probably quite slow because it has a larger scale to consider. I think perhaps some of the challenges are finding regional governance structures that work for more fragmented or more federated communities, whether that be in a data forum or whether a regional forum geographically, to help speed this governance process up. And I'm not quite sure where that should lie, whether it should be in the civil society region, whether it should be in the state. These are questions we still need to really understand. Does the multi-stakeholder model work still work with our modern requirements now at a sort of a policy level for guidance and governance? These are all interesting questions. Are there any further responses on the floor or speakers virtually?
I have a question.
Yes, if you have any question from the comments, please go ahead and please identify yourself with your affiliation before starting to speak. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, yes.
Yeah, I just have a small comment question. I'm Pau Guinart, I'm from Barcelona. I am at a business school in ESADE, and I just recently wrote a paper on the commons, but for a business ethics journal. So me and my colleagues were trying to find out which were the ethical aspects of the commons that should be highlighted, focusing basically on the traditional commons, the ones studied by Eleanor Ostrom, and we focused very much on the tragedy of the commons that Garrett Hardin pointed out in 1968. And then we found out that it doesn't really apply so much to the digital commons as it does to the traditional commons. And we were also wondering whether the same definition could be applied to both, or whether there should be a different definition for digital commons, especially in terms of extractability and how the digital commons can be endlessly extracted, whereas the traditional commons have a limit, and therefore they tend towards tragedy, and the digital commons not so much. So I don't know if anyone has answered to that.
Yeah, thank you for that comment. Actually, just briefly, Eleanor Ostrom did actually publish at least one publication on digital commons as well as geographical and physical resources, and so I think the principles of governance and of commons-based structures can fit into the digital realm as well as the physical, just as well. But you make a good point that extractivism and the infinite copyability of digital assets are a distinct difference when it comes to the digital commons as opposed to traditional land-based commons. That's true, and we need to think more about that in some of the full commons stack.
Actually, also, if I may chip in again with quick comments, I think what's also very interesting to note is that one of the most renowned formula about commons is the tragedy of the commons. But this is actually a scenario that that consists in the overexploitation and destruction of the commons by people that, as they not having any property rights, they don't know how to manage a resource, and this automatically leads to overexploitation and destruction. But that is actually not really a conceptualization of the commons. It's a conceptualization of lack of principles governing a shared resource. So it's quite the antithesis of a commons. Again, as I was trying to stress at the very beginning of this session, what it's really, and I think was very well explained also in the example recounted by Laureen, what is very important to understand is the indissociability between the human element and the resource. So the fact that the individuals, the community that organize the common in the commons model, they understand, they care about the common resource and how this will be managed and even passed through to next generations. So what is classically considered with a very appealing for those who really don't like or don't know commons models, the tragedy of the commons is de facto the tragedy of a lack of normative and governance framework that can prevent failure. If we see, for instance, when we have, I myself, as a Brazilian citizen living in Brazil, I've been witnessing over the past years enormous deforestation of the Amazon. That is not because people, that is not a tragedy of the common, it's the tragedy of oversight of individuals destroying a common resource. So I think we should be very careful also of how this translates into the digital environment. And my point before speaking about the takeover by one individual of Twitter is, I think it goes in the same sense, meaning if we do not have any safeguards that may avoid the takeover of a single individual or entity of something that is very essential for the public good, then that is a problem. The problem is not that the commons tends inevitably to tragedy. The problem is that the lack of principles, governance mechanism, rules, and enforcement mechanism of those rules that prevent this to happen is precisely what leads to the tragedy, right? Now, do we have any final comments and remarks? Because we have 10 minutes left, I'm seeing, so it would be good to have also some final comments by the other participants and panelists, and maybe if there is any more from the audience, from the participants in Addis Ababa. Do we have, unfortunately, we cannot see you through Zoom in this moment, but if there is any comments or questions from the floor, please go ahead. We are not hearing anyone, so we assume there is no comments.
There's one more.
Oh, there is one more. Sorry, please go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry. Again, Muhammad Yassin. Just a question for the wiki rate and all the common platform to sustain itself, how it can finance itself in order to be financially sustainable and guarantee the durability of these digital commons. Thank you.
Yes, thanks so much for that question. Yeah, so we are a nonprofit and we're fully funded through grants and donations. So you can think of it similar to Wikipedia, for instance. They have a lot of individuals who are giving donations. We might have larger donors or corporate donations or anything like that. But most of it is really coming from foundations at the moment. There's often for these kinds of infrastructure projects, also it's public funding is a big kind of supporter. But I think one of the more interesting things for the larger scale commons models that we're talking about, right, is one of the things that the Wikimedia Foundation has done. So they've created a trust pretty much for themselves to sustain their future, right? So they had donations that went into a bigger trust and they are investing that and using that so that they can sustain themselves. So they are no longer just dependent on all of the donations and this kind of fluctuation of support. So they can manage that and secure themselves in that way. So there are also models that can be ensure independence long-term for larger data commons or other types of commons. I hope that answers your question.
Do we have any final remarks from the other panelists? I'm checking the chat to see if we have forgotten. Yes, there is a point about the interesting of transparency and accountability indeed to successful common management. Yes, and then, yeah, I see that also Desiree Milosevic is agreeing with the fact that there is important lessons about the tragedy of the commons, or indeed it's tragedy of the lack of regulation and governance that can be applied and must be applied to digital commons. There is an important point also that I would like to include in the discussion that I think was raised by the last interventions, which is that commons, again, is not a synonym of free for all. The sustainability of the commons precisely also includes debating how the commons can be financed and funded. Last year, we published a very interesting booklet that was presented at the IGF on the sustainable models, funding models for community networks, exploring how this actually has been put into practice and how the various funding models, that is digital commons that Nicholas was very eloquently mentioning, are funded. And Wikipedia, again, is also a very recurrent example of how this could also scale at a global level. Again, thanks to donations, thanks to a variety of funding models. I mean, for those of us like me, for instance, that use Signal, Signal is a very good example of an open source common. It's a instant messaging platform that millions of people use on a daily basis, both for private and work interactions, based on donations, that works exceedingly well. So it doesn't mean that a common is not necessarily a small park or garden managed by a dozen of neighbors that clean it and paint the benches after once every 2 years. Could be something digital, could be something that both at the infrastructure, at the hardware or software level, can play out, and can be something very successful and scalable. Now, I think as the speaker from the floor from the University of Barcelona was mentioning, probably one of the greatest problem we have is the lack of knowledge and the remarkably few literature that has been dedicated to this, and how this could play out in practice. Again, thanks to Elinor Ostrom, and mainly the fact that she won a Nobel Prize with her investigations on the commons. We know how relevant it is and how serious the debate is, but there is still a remarkable lack of knowledge and research, and in the translation of this knowledge and research into policy proposals, that is probably the greatest obstacle that we have. And I think that one of the outcomes of this discussion of today, that is now tending towards an end, is precisely that maybe the need for the community that has been gathering over the past 4 years, this Internet Commons Forum community, to try to provide some concrete suggestions and maybe feed them to the Global Digital Compact discussion that Henriette was mentioning at the very beginning. So try to translate the research, the experiences that have been described over the past 4 years here, and more, of course, into policy suggestions that could be used, maybe can be potentially become scalable. And again, as I was mentioning before, the UN, we may criticize it, but I'm not sure there is any other viable alternative that may allow us to have this kind of debate in a meaningful way. And again, as the very recent plenipotentiary conference of the ITU demonstrates, it may take some years, but then some interesting and meaningful and actionable result, even in terms of policy, can happen. So I would like to see if there is any other final comment. Otherwise, I will give the floor. In any case, I will give the floor to my good friend Adam for his final wrap up.
Okay. Thank you, Luca. Unless there are other participants, I don't see any hands up. Yes, I'd like to make the observation that the governance of the Commons, of course, doesn't stop with Elinor Ostrom. It's going to be an ongoing process. And even, as I said before, Elinor did edit a book on Commons applied to the digital realm, but it's really seen as a very early attempt at structuring the digital commons governance structure in the same way as the physical commons. And I think we have had other people who have influenced this, not to mention one of the most famous, Aaron Swartz, has done a lot of work and public inspiration in terms of digital data commons over opening up to access of information. And there continues to be a vibrant community network, or a network of community networks globally that are looking at such issues along the whole stack of information, from services that Nico meant to data spaces that Laureen mentioned, and of course infrastructure that Nico also mentioned. All these issues in terms of accessibility has become more and more difficult. Osama mentioned that internet access has been wonderfully successful in terms of increasing some proportion of human accessibility. But of course, accessibility is not the only issue in terms of just connectivity. It's accessibility in a lot of other levels of this self-same stack, and it's grappling this together with what I also still see as is vital of scope of size in how these commons governance can work and effectively. Just again repeating that, the UN might be seen as a slow body, but then perhaps it has to be in terms of being able to listen to comments and demands given on it, given its global scope. Again, small regional or sectorial groups might be able to have a voice within new structures that we form, I believe, in part voiced by people at the edges, such as community networks and specific sectoral groups that are interested in the sharing of data, the sharing of commons across the full stack. Final words, Luca?
Thank you very much, Adam. Thank you very much to all the friends, old and new friends that joined us for this Internet Commons Forum 2022. It has been a real pleasure to discuss with you, and of course, as usual, you will find the recordings of the session on www.intcomforum.org, our website, and let's keep in touch to try to convey the outcomes of today's discussion and of the past years of discussion on digital commons at the UN level, so that this can really have a meaningful impact. Thank you very much and have an excellent IGF. Ciao, ciao.